Got myself a snack. Probably will need to get some water in the later portions of the stream. Hey, Empire. I just went and quickly got myself a little snacky. It is a wafer. Because wafers are good. I could try. Hold on. Maybe I could try to get chat up. Let's go. Window capture? I'm going to be goofing around with some things really quickly, so give me a hot second. Can I duplicate? Copy. There we go. And paste. And then change the window capture to... Can I do OBS? I can't. So it has to be display capture then? Alright, let's go display capture. We'll just duplicate you again. Alright, then we can change the display to... No. There we go. All right, and now I should just be able, oopsies, control. We're editing on the fly here. Oh, I needed, yeah, this one, the very top one, yeah. And then we go, boop, and then boop, boop, and then I change this display to here. Why didn't that work? All right, maybe I just need to manually add it. Add display capture 2. You will be this monitor. Oh, does it not like that? I guess it doesn't like that. I'm just trying to cheese a way to get chat working in here. I thought I lost my Rocks and Minerals deck, but my store saved it. Hey, shoutouts to the store. I guess I could try to do a new window capture and see if... But it's not reading OBS as a possible window to capture. Window must match title. Capture method. Automatic. I can't figure out how to cheese chat up here. I'd have to do some research for OBS to see if I can possibly get chat up. Because I have that setting in Streamlabs, but I'm not using Streamlabs a whole lot anymore because I'm not streaming on Twitch a whole lot anymore. Because the majority of my audience is on YouTube, and YouTube streaming actually isn't that bad. All right. Let me try one more thing. Oh. Video capture device? No. I guess it just doesn't like me doing 2 display captures at the same time. Make source visible? Yeah, the Asus is my primary. Yeah, it just... I think that's probably because of my graphics card. They don't like that. All right. You're trying your best to catch my Twitch, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's just easier for people to catch my YouTube stuff. Sorry about the food ASMR. Oh. All right. So, what Liberator deck should we start with? Because pretty much EX11 updates all of them. And they all look to be pretty good. I mean, like, at least an improved version of what they were already doing. So, some are probably going to be easier to upgrade and update than others. So, what do you think we should start with? Bees? Alright, we could start with bees. I'll have to pull out my bee deck. Actually, my bee deck isn't even put together. It's not even sleeved. I have all of the cards just sitting in a pile. No, wait, Lucimon? No. I'm talking about real Liberator decks, not fake Liberator decks that have one card in it that says Liberator. So, I'm not gonna, like, bother with Wicked Gods and Nightmare Soldiers also. Partially because I don't particularly understand those decks as much as I do, like, a lot of the other Liberator decks. Because I at least have more experience on the majority of the Liberator decks outside of, like, maybe 1 or 2. Vortex Warriors is the boring answer. Ghost and Puppets seem spicier. Yeah. Let's go ahead and start with bees because Empire put that in first, and I think bees will be a pretty easy one to do because bees has some decent showings or like data and references. So I think that one's just going to be a little bit on the easier side. Because I'm not going to proclaim that I'm an expert or master in the majority of these decks. So I am going to also admit on stream that I was wrong. Well, I was right and I was wrong at the same time when it came to the Time Stranger stuff. So, like, I think the Time Stranger stuff is definitely more powerful than what we initially thought. And I was watching the Japanese finals, and I do think that when I said that Poseidon Blue, like Time Stranger Blue Poseidon, was not nearly as good as just Time Stranger slop with Poseidon in it. So, like, using the Sylphie engine, I was partially correct, but the thing that I miscalculated was Titan cards. Oops. The Titan cards I totally miscalculated on. So like they're using Camilla, and then they're using Lana for the Poseidon deck. I'm not like gonna be building Poseidon, I'm just clicking on stuff. And then they also have Sharkmon. So like these are the Titans that they are choosing to play over the Shellmon package and trying to go into the Iliad stuff. So like there's no Waymon because Sharkmon is just functionally stronger. Waymon has more like cute combo plays, but they are just that, cute combo plays. So like they use Divermon, they obviously use both of the Gomas. They used Homeros. I'm just like clicking on cards that I saw them use because I don't have their exact deck list. We'll get that later. But yeah, so like this is kind of like the core and shell that I saw them use. So it was mostly just the Camilla and the Lana because of Abyss Sanctuary. Abyss Sanctuary allows you to spit out a level 4 or lower, and because this is a slightly overstated level 4, it just made more sense to use it. Plus, it could also like stop some additional aggression. And I think like they were able to get out get out one of these, and then they could use Sharkmon in combination with Neptunemon to be able to get like an extra attack. They were also on the Bukamon egg because this egg is like cracked because of the Dan and Yuki tamer. Because like, yeah, I'll just pay 1 to unsuspend, then suspend Dan and Yuki to get a free attack. So like that was kind of gross. But yeah, this is like the core shell that they were using when it came to how to actually play the blue side. So I think like my overlooking of that definitely shows not necessarily inexperience, just I need to get better at evaluating things more, because I do know that I am slightly narrow-sighted when it comes to it. Like I obviously look for the more obvious picks, and then I'll like double triple down on the obvious picks, and I need to explore a little bit more is kind of what I'm like leaning towards when it comes to these like offbeat archetypes, because I was also incredibly wrong about Hoodie. In my first initial impression, I thought Hoodie was like just okay, and then it turned out to be one of the best things in the entire game. And a similar sentiment is kind of leaning true about Time Strangers, where it's just like, okay, these slightly more open-ended archetypes are just functionally harder to, like, it's weird because they're like easy to judge initially because there's a lot of like pre-canned stuff that you're supposed to be doing, and then the second you go outside of the pre-canned stuff, that's where things tend to break more often than not, and I just don't have the time to do the due diligence to test everything that generally would or should be tested. So yeah, so but I do think Homeros is like absolutely one of the most disgusting cards they ever printed. Dan and Yuki's also pretty high up there. Like we're getting to a point, because I don't know if anyone looked at the spoilers, but before I actually like get into building bees, but I don't know if anyone looked at the spoilers. Let me see if I could bring up the spoiler tab. Using spoilers. Here we go. So I don't know if anyone's been paying attention to some of the spoilers, but these eggs I feel like are actually incredibly gross. Like these eggs are gross and disgusting, and the fact that like we have basically the same egg between these two, on top of the fact that like Geckomon and Agumon are basically also doing the exact same thing, leads me to believe they're trying to do another design shift to make evolving and not paying memory into your higher stages even more prominent and prevalent. Because the whole idea is you have this that's going to, this is on when attacking, so you do have to keep that in mind. Like, it's not like a main effect, but the idea is you're going to use something like Gekkomon to move out of the raising area, get his when moving ability to basically dig and set up your tamer, which you ideally would have wanted to play turn 1, and then you could swing with Gekkomon and then get the free evolution into the level 4 thanks to this ability, and then they might have like other abilities that chain when you're attacking. So like the Armor Lizardmon, the level 4 for Gekkomon, could be like, while if this card is suspended, then Digivolve again and do a whole bunch of other kooky crazy things. Like, I don't know how things are going to turn out, but like the fact that like they're trying to figure out ways to basically minimize the overall cost of how you could Digivolve your cards and optimize on this when moving ability is like super extra spooky. So that seems to be a design shift that I'm noticing going forward. We'll see how hard that goes. But yeah, it's just a shift. And then like it's kind of weird that we also got like AD01 spoilers on top of BT25 or BT25 spoilers. And then we also got spoilers for starter decks 22 and 20 or 23 and 24. So it's just a lot. So yeah, Empire, you're good. But we were too archetype narrow-minded when it came to the blue. Yeah, no, I 100 admit fault to that one. That was my bad. So let's look at Royal base cards. Let's actually start building some decks. All right. Royal base. What do we do? What do we do when we look at you? I might be able to like play some kind of music. If anyone like wants music, I could try to look up some royalty-free stuff. YouTube is like very, very hyper nitpicky, which is why I generally don't do music. So I need to find like a good loopable track. Probably Alek as the third rookie. You didn't see the list. I didn't see the list either. I just saw the one game of best of one because Bandai thinks best of one shows high skill competence, when it was really funny because like in one of the games, the Medusamon player bricked so hard they basically could not play the game, and like that's absolutely terrible showing when it comes to like, hey, this is the grand celebration at how our highest skilled players in this region are performing, and one of them basically just does not play the game. That's kind of embarrassing. And like, if it was a best of 3 situation, then bricking a single game and not playing a single game is devastating, but not like insurmountable. It's like, yeah, I could just reverse sweep because I had one bad hand. Oops, my bad. Game variance is a bitch, basically. It also spits out something 3 or less. I thought the Abyss area. Yeah, Abyss area is pretty good. What event was best of one? Japanese finals. Japanese finals was last night, technically this morning. And I stayed up way too late watching it, and it was kind of embarrassing like, low-key kind of embarrassing for the game, because you had, like, they showed top 16, I believe, on stream. Not all of top 16, so they only did like 3 or 4 games of it. But in semifinals, Medusumon bricked so hard they basically gave the match for free to Hoodie. So yeah. And then it also kind of showed like how gross Royal Knights still is. So like people think that Venusmon is like the ultimate killer for Royal Knights, and it's just like, no, Royal Knights could play around it. Because, you know, you have the best defensive card in the entire game, and sure, you have, like, really good protections, but if you're good on Royal Knights and you kind of know what you're doing and what to look out for, then it's not a unwinnable matchup. It's a difficult one, but not unwinnable. And then in the finals, it was a blue Titan, or not, I almost want to say just blue Titans, because that's literally what it felt like. The majority of the deck was just Titans. So it was basically blue Titans versus Hoodie, and Hoodie lost because of a stray Abyss Sanctuary out of security that snowballed things into the Time Stranger deck's favor. So Hoodie lost because of RNG variance, basically. Not because of skill, but because of RNG. Where were the finals posted? I'm interesting. We could take a look at them after. Like, after I do some Liberator deck profiles, we could take a look at them. Where were the finals posted? You're interested in seeing Royal Knights versus Olympus Venus? Yeah. Should we just start with that, I guess? Like, maybe we should just start with that, because deck building is always deck building. Let's see if I could pull it up. Wasn't it under... It would have been under spoilers. Yeah, here we go. Visit. All right. Boop. So it was a 7-hour stream. We're obviously not going to be watching all 7 hours. This is where like a lot of the announcements came from. What was this match? Yeah, so I didn't see the majority of this. I saw like the back end. So this is the Hoodie versus Royal Knights matchup right here. Yeah, all right. So I'll go ahead and mute them so that way they don't have any claims. I will also be putting this at 1.5 just so we could get through the match a little bit quicker. Also, Omni X Liberated eats Venus alive with rush attack redirect. Yeah. So Japan is best of 1, which does not highlight or indicate good skill variance. So, like, if you brick or you make one misplay, there's basically like no way to actually recover from that, because you don't have any other games to fall back on to be like, okay, I just had one bad like hand or one bad showing, so now I could use best of 3 to kind of like shore up some of those weaknesses or deficiencies and actually learn and figure the matchup, which is why a lot of people like best of 3 versus best of 1, because best of 1 is more so just RNG fiesta. It's like who kind of just got luckier, which is slightly unfortunate, but that's, Japan just wants games to be over like super quick because they just want to move on with their lives. It's a cultural difference. But we see that Royal Knights is doing the classic Royal Knight start. They have Magnamon that lets them draw a card. And then here is this. I believe this is more just like Maruki slop, where it is like the traditional Sylphie engine with just a whole bunch of variants in terms of the level 6s. Because we saw like a whole bunch of different level 6s in theirs. So they raised their Tapir. Then they hard played the Asuna. And then Asuna lets them discard a card and draw 2. So they discarded the Guru because they could probably figure out a way to revive that later. It's not that big of a deal. Then Royal Knights throws their card underneath. So they are playing a yellow control variant. So you can see that they have the Kintoro Spawn here, and they also have the Wyvern's Breath. So the Kintoro Spawn can help set up their yellow cards in their security so they can consistently put them there. So that's the big distinction on this Royal Knight build, and you'll see later in the matchup that like actually playing the yellow control-esque variant really helps out. And I think like in the face of Time Strangers, if you really like objectively think about it, maybe the yellow control variant actually is the way to try to counteract them, because they don't have any protection against DP reduction. So like if they stick a Neptunemon on the field, there's a high chance that you're just not going to be functionally able to remove that Neptunemon, especially if you have Neptune-Venus combo. So the Wyvern's Breath is actually a really smart card, because unless they have 4 Homeros on the field, there's almost no possible way for Neptunemon to live against a Wyvern's Breath. So that's kind of like the cute tech, but you can see the rest of this hand is not good. So the fact that Royal Knights was able to play out of basically this awful hand, because there's 3 Omni X's and 1 Omekamon, which is like fine, but you don't want to just throw out the Omeka too early. So they're going to start off by playing Kintoros, which does negate the Asuna from being able to revive the Garurumon, which keeps the aggression down, which is where Royal Knights kind of has like an okay-ish matchup into this type of deck, the Time Stranger decks, because they're okay with sometimes just giving enough memory. So they're reading Wyvern's Breath because, like, what is this BT6 card doing in this modern age? So he used the Kintaro Spawn to set up the Wyvern's Breath in security, and that kind of forces the Time Stranger player to deal with that sooner rather than later, which could compromise their overall positioning. So the interesting thing, if we like go back, we could see that they are playing the old Venus as well as the new Venus, and then they also have the DNA Chimera. So they want to be semi-aggressive, but they also have like the leverage to kind of shift modes between like offense and defense, because Chimeramon will adopt all of the colors, and like you're running a whole bunch of different color level 6s, so it kind of makes sense to use the Chimeramon. Plus, like, this deck's able to set up easy DNAs thanks to the Asuna Tamer and the Haruko Tamer. So yeah, it's not entirely bad. So they're just trying to think what they should be doing. They're going to evolve into the Gato, draw the card for evolution, and then they are going to swing here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, just to pop the Wyvern's Breath. But I think, does Kintaros have blocker? I don't even remember if he has blocker. He might have blocker. Oh, no, he suspended it because of the inheritable of Tapir. Right. And then they're going to set up the Homeros, which is really strong. So Kintaros goes underneath, and then Yggdrasil has all of the reductions. So I believe this Magnamon is free just to draw a card, and then he's going to hard play Omeka. He literally doesn't have anything else to do, so like that's kind of... So this is the kind of situation where like Time Strangers as a concept on how they're dealing and manipulating memory is fundamentally messed up, because you always have to try to give them 4 to 5 memory to keep their effects to the minimum. And that doesn't necessarily feel good with how fast the game currently is moving. And sometimes you're just unable to, which means Time Strangers is just magically going to be at max power almost all the time. So they're going to use the Asuna to break the Tapir to search. So he did find a Time Stranger and a Shaman. So Tapir's really good at being able to do that. They are running the Yellow Egg. I'm curious to know, I think maybe they're running the Yellow Egg because of Barrier, just to, cheese evolutions. So, or maybe they're just, splashing in a Tech 1 of Jupiter or something. I don't know. The Yellow Egg feels really awkward for this type of a build. So, now they're just kind of, sitting here and thinking. Let's speed things up. Second Homeros. And then Royal Knights is getting really set up with their Digimon in their egg. If your counterplay was giving the opponent enough memory to hard play their stuff instead of playing it for free, I'm not sure it was really counterplay. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the thing where, it really isn't that great a counterplay. And the counter argument is oh yeah, but Time Strangers also wants to give the opponent a good amount of memory because they want to use Dan and Yuki to be able to play options for free. But everyone's just yeah, but why are we playing these options for free when the only one that actually matters is the one that's accelerating the game state rather than trying to slow down the game state? So, yeah. Plus, if you don't have a Digimon, then playing the option for free isn't really going to gain you a whole bunch of additional value. So, that's kind of the evolution and development of Time Strangers as a whole. They do get to set up their Cool Boy, which is pretty good. But I believe they are just going to stunlock the Cool Boy. They're going to go up and do a high-level Digimon and stunlock the Cool Boy. So he's going to swing with jamming first. The 2 Homeros means that this is 6k jamming. And then they hit the Kari. So this Kari is the one that gives Security Tech Plus and then, or Security Tech Minus, and it's a mem setter. So it's an interesting choice. I don't know outside of Kentorosmon what card they have that's actively burning security, but it's a cute card. It's not bad. So they go into Chimeramon and delete the Omekamon, and then Omekamon just hides underneath Yggdrasil. So now all the Omnimon player has to do is basically just wait for Mirror Force to happen, and then just hard play BT14 Omnimon, and then just win the game. That's literally all this deck has to do. And because this deck is going to be drawing way more cards, there's a higher chance that this can actually deck out, depending if the control from Royal Knights is good enough. So they're just reading Chimeramon because, again, it's just oh, what is this old-ass card doing in our card game? Well, it's because DNA is broken, and Chimeramon just has easy generic DNA, even though he's not searchable. At least not for this deck. He technically is searchable for other decks, just not this one. So Chimeramon gets to swing. Chimeramon has all of the inheritables of everything underneath, which means it has Barrier. So it has to use Barrier. And then they're going to go into a Venus and stun both of the Tamers, which the Kari isn't really going to be mattering too much. It's more of the Cool Boy, because the Cool Boy's the part of the value engine. So the Alphamon or you can Ace is a pretty okay draw, but you could see things are really kind of awkward here. So in this type of a situation, it just onset does not look good. Obviously there's easy play lines to make. But this is kind of where Royal Knights actually could take advantage of Venusmon's ability. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is you're just giving up bodies to basically recover. And you're basically hard passing your turn. So that kind of doesn't feel super great, but it's what you have to do. So now the double Homeros trigger happens. So they could double Venus again, but I don't think that particularly matters in this situation. Setting up the Devi in the raising area so they could get a free evolution. Like right now, it looks like Time Strangers is like in the hot seat, but they're not really threatening anything. At least like not yet. There's no like instant surprise plays that are going to be like super swingy right now. And Royal Knights also has the Omekamon plus Omni X in hand to be able to do their thing. And like, yeah, there's some counterplay to it, but I don't think this deck in particular has enough counterplay. So they're going to hard drop the Mervamon because they can, and then they're going to play out the Tapir, use a Homeros to stunlock their cards, and then use the Homeros to play out another Digimon or Tamer. So they're going to play another Tapir and start filtering through their deck really quickly. So this seems like a very scary position, but like I said, all Royal Knights has to do is just play one card, pass, and be patient. Like, that's literally all they have to do. So, like, if they want, they could even just straight up Wyvern's Breath to try to remove the Homeros. Yeah, or the... not Homeros. Venusmon. And that's exactly what they do. Like, it's that type of play where it's just like, okay, now the Homeroses won't be able to flood the field even more for Mervamon. And they're okay with that type of play line. Just giving it up. So, but I mean, the inverse is they have 7 memory to work with, which is quite a lot. So they get an AGO. AGO burns them a security to play out a Tamer, which they do have the Asuna, but they're going to play out the Haruko instead to search, which it's pretty much the same thing, but they found the Neptunemon, and this is where they should have tried to go into Neptunemon as like quickly as possible. So another AGO. And then I don't think he does the AGO here. Because right now there is 3 Royal Knights underneath here. So from this position, Royal Knights theoretically could just hard play BT14 and try to clap back. So the Merva's going to swing. Then DNA into Chimera. So he's got double barrier. It also says something about the state of Royal Knights if I keep complaining about Time Stranger decks in chat, but I know it's about to lose. Yeah, like you'll see how it loses here, because like this looks like an incredibly strong board state that Royal Knights doesn't seem to have the ability to play out of, and Royal Knights' hand is basically 2 cards. It's like realistically 3 cards. Because one of these is just an extra Omnimon. So, like, Royal Knights is really not playing this game at all. And, like, this looks incredibly powerful. But the interesting thing, hold on. I'm surprised. So, I guess they didn't swing with the AGO because they knew Barrier would probably be a high likelihood to proc. So, that's probably why they didn't swing with the AGO. And they're going right for the DNA play. Because they could have swung with both of the AGOs, I think. Yeah, they could have swung with both AGOs. Sorry for being so quiet. Oh, you're fine, Empire. I appreciate all my lurkers just as much as all my chatters. Yeah, so now they DNA into Chimera. Chimera has, I think, 5 colors, so he's plus 5,000 DP, so he's 13k. So he's going to be living through most Royal Knights in security. And Neptunemon is an incredibly spooky card, but I don't remember if they go into it. Because going into Neptunemon here is the correct play. So this is probably where they messed up. because going into Neptunemon most likely was the correct play. So that way your board state is a little bit stickier. Like, Venus is annoying, but Venus is a lot easier to deal with because Venus only has 1 protection, where Neptunemon has 2. So I think they're just doing it to stunlock their tamers. Because otherwise there's no real reason to make this playline here. So they drew into this option. I'm blanking on what it's called. But this option is incredibly strong. Especially for, like, dealing with small wide fields. But Homeros is also buffing everything here, so it's, like, doubly awkward. So you could see, like, all Royal Knights is literally waiting for, like, they're playing 1 card passing. Like, all they're literally waiting for is just the Mirror Force trigger. So he's just like, what do I even do here? Like, I guess this is the only thing I can do, because maybe he was thinking about hard playing the Alphamon or Yukon. So that goes into the security, goes at the top. So he basically recovered 1, and now it's going to act as, like, a really powerful board clear and debuffer for the opponent's field. And you'll see, like, in the Royal Knights player's next coming turn, how powerful that card is. At least for, like, what it was doing in the matchup. So they're going to elect to just hard play off of the Tamer into the Devimon to get the free Evo into a Gato. So, now they have the Gato set up. So keep in mind, Gato is 6k also. Get the Goma in the back. Evo, so that way the option doesn't just completely wreck them. Russian Raid doesn't really matter. It's just the fact that they need to Evo, otherwise Tapir is going to be dying. So now they swing. They proc the Revelation of Light. There we go. Nailed it. Knew its name. Now they DNA into Sylphie. Sylphie is going to get the buff to be able to get security attack +1, which is extra spooky because, again, Omeka Mirror Force is a thing. So they're going to be swinging 2 checks at big DP numbers because I think it also gives itself a buff. Barrier because Omnimon. And now he can trigger. So the barrier, they're going to rewind the barrier trigger because he didn't give him the option to use his thing, and he's just like, hold up. I have to do my thing before you do your thing. Because of security effects, like just the way that the abilities are ordering. So the battle is checked, and that's when Omekamon, before the battle is concluded, Omekamon has to trigger here. So that's why they rewound this, is because he was just playing too fast. So he's going to now use the Omekamon to go into the Omnimon, which Venusmon cannot get rid of. Hold on. Hey, what's up? Yeah. Alright. See you soon. Bye. Alright. So, yeah, so now the check happens. And then before the battle damage, Omnimon comes in. And then Omnimon does his whole Mirror Force thing. So it looks like he is going to try to bottom. Yeah, he bottoms decks this. Venus saves it in security. And then he chooses one of these to remove. So he's going to try to remove the Venus, which does work because Venus wasn't able to protect itself. because it protected itself by getting rid of the Merva. That's how it protected itself. So it protected itself by getting rid of the Merva, and then the second removal ability kicks in to then delete it because the card chosen was Sylphie. Hey Goma. Yeah, I'm going over the footage from last night. So now, this would have been deleted because of barrier, because it still has to do the check damage, and then because it was deleted, it spits out the level 4. So the level 4 has rush, so the level 4 could technically attack, but Omnimon has blocker, so there's no possible way that he could win right now. Like, in this position, there was no possible way, especially since Revelation of Light is also still debuffing their Digimon. So I think this is another mistake, going into another Merva. I don't know why. Like, they have a Neptune, but I don't know why they went into the Merva. I guess, like, Merva is to give everything reboot blocker. So, like, it spits out a Digimon, so there's a lot of, like, blockage, like a lot of defense. But Royal Knights is very easily able to basically just deal with anything and everything. So, like, a wide field is not that big of a deal. So, the Tapir ended up getting played out from the Merva, but died immediately because of the Revelation. And then Revelation, for whatever reason, gets to stick around for the Royal Knights player's turn. Let me pull this up and let's read Revelation of Light. Yeah, so its security ability. Yeah, it's until the end of your turn. Such a weird security effect because it would linger all the way through the opponent's and all the way through yours. Like, that's how weird and awkward this card is and what makes it, like, incredibly strong. Because it's not until the end of the turn, which is what it should have been. And this also debuffs the opponent's security. So the fact that Revelation was set up was absolutely incredibly crucial. So now he just swings with Omekamon. He's wanting to take the hit because of the fact that, like, obviously he doesn't want Omekamon to go back into the underneath. So there's a higher chance that Omekamon's going to live, and he also needs the blockers to stop the potential incoming damage. So now he drops the Omnimon because he has to, and now because Cool Boy is free, he could use the 1 memory to keep turn, and then he gets the Kentauros and the 2... or he gets the Kentauros and the Magnamon. He only gets 1 because it's different Digimon. And then Kentauros recovers him. So that's kind of neat because the security matters for Kentaurosmon to be able to multi-attack. So Kentaurosmon basically counts as 2 attacks. You have Omnimon, that's 3. You have Magnamon, that's 4. And then we have a Omni X in hand, that's 5. So that's 5 security checks, like, instantaneously, while being able to potentially deal with the board or ignore the board. So Omnimon's going to start swinging, and he's just like, okay, I'm just going to have to eat that. Because he wants to try to block something here, but unfortunately, because of the Revelation of Light, all of his Digimon are bigger than his Digimon. So, like, it really doesn't matter how he's blocking. He's losing this game because Omnimon came out, Mirror Forced his field, put a halt to any and all aggression that they were threatening, and then pretty much just reverse sweeping them and say, now I win the game. So unfortunately, he blocks, and then because of the inheritable, Gaudomon gets spat out. And then Gaudomon does not have blocker, so Gaudomon can't do anything, and then Magnamon just swings for the game. So that's essentially how that matchup played. Royal Knights, as you saw, barely played the game, and they were still able to just barely win the game. Well, it didn't really seem like a barely win. It seemed like a very handy win, I guess. I don't know the word. It was definitely not barely, but it definitely wasn't like, oh, I was in the driver's seat the entire time. Royal Knights definitely had a lot of luck go into it because he needed that Kari specifically set up. He drew into the Revelation of Light. He had the Wyvern's Breath to deal with one of the Digimon, but I also feel like maybe some of the play lines that the Time Stranger deck had probably could have been better. Like, I don't exactly quite understand why he didn't just go into a Neptune, because Neptune would have been way stickier. Like, I don't understand. I feel like if the Time Stranger deck would have went into a Neptune sooner than what they did, like, maybe things could have turned out a little bit different, because Neptune is just fundamentally a harder card to deal with. So, yeah, I think like there was a lot of interesting back and forth there, but in the end, all Royal Knights was doing was waiting for Mirror Force and then just reverse sweep. That's basically the layman's terms. What happened is I'm just going to sit here, chip away, control the field as much as I possibly can, and then wait for Omnimon X, and then Omnimon X comes out, basically takes the opponent's turn away, and then hard play Omnimon and auto win the game. Like, it's so... it's not binary. It's not easy. It's just that's the play pattern Royal Knights found themselves in for the past year, and people are getting really tired of it because they only get better and they haven't gotten worse. Even through a limitation placed on them, they still just got more tools to make them better than what they initially lost. Yeah, and then here's game 2, or like here's semifinals, I think. Yeah, so here's the opening hand. Not good. But the opening hand for Time Stranger, or not Time, for CS is also not very good. So you have two players essentially playing bricked games, and I'll do 2 times speed for this one just because this is like literally the most nothing game I've ever witnessed at a high competitive level. Like literally the most nothing game. Hoodie has to play incredibly poorly, and because Medusa basically is bricked, they're not even playing the game. So Hoodie could play as poorly as it wants, and it's still just going to win. So, yeah, no rookie start, playing the emblem, whatever. No rookie, no tamer, kind of sucks. They start off by memory choking back, setting up their mem setter. Then they hard drop a 4, because they have to. At least, like, they have a 4 that costs pretty low. So they're hoping, I really hope this 4 sticks, so then I could go 5 and 6. Or, like, at least 5. But nope, they just drop a Hoodie, and then hard drop a Digimon, and basically delete their Digimon because of the DP reductions. So, no rookie. So, they drew into another level 5. So these are the 3 cards we saw before, and then they have the level 5, and they can't even hard drop this to rush raid because they don't have enough memory. So, like, what do you do in this position? Like, they're just gonna sit passively and set up an emblem. Like, and that's it. That's all they can do. So again, no real rookie start, but seeing the Digilab is actually pretty good here because that gives Hoodie a little bit extra ability to draw cards. So Hoodie's gonna swing with Alliance, or bounce the Chitose back to play out the Ryuji. The Ryuji is going to give the buff to the Hoodie, and then they're going to Alliance, and then Ryuji will let him play Digilab for free, hit Crimson Blaze, kill the level 4 that's not named Hoodie. So, like, this is kind of just a whatever play. But Hoodie already got enough value off of their stuff to, like, start steamrolling a little bit harder in spite of the fact that they don't have a rookie. So they're actually not going to bounce the Hoodie here because there's obviously no pressure on this side of the field for literally anything. So yeah, Hoodie just continues to do Hoodie things. So they'll gain a memory because of the extra tamer. They set up the Mirai to discard a card and draw 2. Then Hoodie is going to swing and do Hoodie things. Suspend to play another Digilab. And then bounce the Ryuji back to the hands. Play the Chitose. Chitose plays the Angemon. Angemon draws the card. Alliance using the Angemon. 2 checks at big numbers. Then going into the Shock. Shock is going to swing. And then it is a big Digimon. He does have Barrier. I'm surprised he's not just barriering this. Instead, he's just going to play out the Angemon to draw a card. Yeah. And then just Digivolve into Angemon and, like, reasonably, like, what was the Medusamon player supposed to do this entire game? They just literally sat there and then just died. And, like, they drew into a training card, but, like, in this position, it, like, literally, it's just too late. There was nothing going on Medusa's side. Normal issues equal normal ratios. I don't know. I'm blaming Bandai Sleeves because Bandai Sleeves shuffle so poorly, it's, like, laughably bad. Like, it's incredibly bad how terrible the quality of Bandai Sleeves is. The art is nice, but if you're playing Bandai Sleeves, you have to play Oversleeves. You have to. So, yeah, he just concedes here. But we could see, like, before the match, like, it looks like they were struggling a little bit shuffling some of their cards because their sleeves are just terrible quality. I think he is using Oversleeves, and he's not. So, I don't know. And then we have the finals. So, top 4 is 2 Hoodies, 1 Time Stranger, 1 Royal Knights. So, that's their top 4. But this is why, like, best of 3 is, like, really important. Because, like, oh, I just randomly bricked a game and now I didn't even get to play in, like, high-level Digimon finals or semifinals. So I guess I just lose. Like, there's nothing I can do. No, this is semifinals. And it is Time Stranger. It's the blue Time Stranger versus Royal Knights. And, like, this goes to show, like, how strong Neptune is at being able to deal a good amount of damage. So they shuffle up. But yeah, so, like, Neptunemon is something Royal Knights literally can't deal with, and, like, Venusmon is difficult, but obviously, as you saw, not insurmountable. And I think, like, that's why the other Time Strangers deck, like, they had Neptunemon in their hand, and they should have just used it, and they didn't. Like, they could have just played a little bit more passively with Neptunemon, being able to read that the opponent's hand count was incredibly low, and they really weren't doing anything. So this also, like, this is another, like, super bricked up hand also from Royal Knights. Like, I think they get... No, they don't even get a card draw off of this. So you just have these, which are okay in the matchup. But against blue Time Strangers, it's a little bit less good because they're not playing Tamers as often as some of the other Time Stranger decks. Like, they're playing a normal amount of Tamers, not an above average amount of Tamers. And then this hand is like, okay, so they do have the Patamon. But yeah, this is just a normal opener. I'm still on 2 times speed, right? Yeah. 2 times speed is goated. So, I know I'm technically doing this in post. I don't know what they're waiting for. Alright, so Royal Knight starts off by doing its thing, and he's going to set up a Hokoto, because obviously Magnamon is, like, basically a dead card. It's not doing anything. Oh, he's running... Interesting. He is running mono blue cards, but he's still playing the Patamon. Okay. So he's playing... So instead of the Kamemon, he's running the Patamon promo. So he's running the 8 blue Gomas and then the Patas. So, oh, he's also running the Elec. So he's probably running 2 Elec, 2 Patas then. And then he's going to grab the Sharkmon because it's a Time Stranger card, and then he grabbed his Iliad, which is the other Goma. The Royal Knights of the Purge and the Cool Boy are really good draws here. But obviously with Time Strangers, they could just, like, sometimes just do really goofy and powerful stuff. So he's just debating what he's going to do, and he's obviously going to set up the Cool Boy, because why wouldn't you? Which means Goma gets the free Evo into the Lana. The Lana basically has battle protection, so it's super jamming. And the Lana, what did the Lana shoved a Goma underneath? So he could potentially get more card draw, because how many cards are in his hand right now? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so he might get a card draw off of the Goma. So he evolves. So, like, this is where Divermon is pretty good. So Divermon gets to evolve, and then he gets to shove something else underneath. He shoves the Shark, because the Shark gets you the unsuspend because you have the extra body. So he's able to basically get a free Evo because he has a Gomamon just chilling here. Because this triggers the Evo when it unsuspends, which generically, the way it's supposed to be designed and used is off of the Shellmon or the Inheritable to be able to get that free Evo. And then you Evo and then you unsuspend, and that's kind of like the whole, like, little gimmick of what Divermon is supposed to be doing. Because it's supposed to swing with jamming, but, you know, Lana gives it super jamming, and then Sharkmon gets the unsuspend, so he could basically just get a free Evo into Neptune, like an extra turbo power Neptune. So now he gets to eat this to unsuspend, trigger the effect to digivolve into Neptunemon, and then he does the check as Neptunemon. And then he could swing again, get the when attacking to unsuspend. He plays out a body. He grabs the Lana as the Time Stranger and Venus as the Shaman. Hakoto triggers because he played out a Digimon by an effect. He discards a Dan and Yuki for the Keenan, because otherwise he would lose a turn if he didn't, and he kind of wants to keep his turn right now. So now he could just swing again here. and he hard plays a Tamer to unsuspend. Yeah, so he hard plays the Tamer to unsuspend him with the egg inheritable, and then he uses the Tamer to play out the option, and then he uses the Tamer to get an extra attack with Neptune Mon. So Neptune Mon here alone did like, what, 3-4 security checks? On top of the fact that it's just an incredibly hard card to deal with. So he's leaving the Neptune Mon up for the defense. So Neptune Mon can just very cleanly reverse sweep because the Shark Mon's underneath it. So even if the opponent tries to memory choke, all he needs to do is just hard slam a rookie and then eat it up with the Shark. So this is also like a very bricked up hand because there's like literally nothing he could do here. Like almost nothing. Like his best bet is literally to just try to Omni X again. Like, and this is where like there's no extra reductions coming from Yggdrasil because nothing was able to stick on the field because he was just bricked up and just playing Tamers. So he just has to play Royal Knight of the Purge and pass, and then he just loses the game from this position because Neptune Mon is just insane. Neptune Mon's insane with the Shark Mon setup. Because he swings with Neptune, does a check, Neptune unsuspends, does another check, eats with Shark, and then that's the third check. 5 memory Royal Knights can't do anything is rough to see, right? So he does end up playing what's his face? Dynasmon to clear the Goma, but he's at 3 memory, about to go to 4 memory, and he's got access at 5 memory because of the in-between theater. Actually, he's got 6 memory because he was left at 3, goes up to 4, and then in-between theater means 5. Or 5, 6. So, he's just in the hot seat here. I forgot what he does to close out the game. Because I don't remember if Dynus has blocker or not. I don't think it does. He might. But he would at least, like, recover. So he spits out the Lana. He tucks a Digimon underneath. He unsuspends. Keenan takes away a memory, which is whatever. Not a big deal. The Lana gave him battle protection, so he basically has super jamming again. So that doesn't matter. He eats up the Lana. And that's where he gets de-digivolved, but he still lives because of battle protection. And then he just digivolves into a new Neptune, and then... Oh, he digivolves into the Venus. He stuns this, and then one of the Tamers. And then he just unsuspends, and then Dan and Yuki gets the free attack at the end of the turn. So, yeah, pretty quick win there. And, like, that's a game where Royal Knights also kind of just bricked. Like, Royal Knights was trying to play out of the brick, and he literally wasn't drawing anything. Like, we literally saw he drew almost nothing to deal with the unbricked hand. Like, staring down a Neptune Mon, having no Royal Knights underneath your Digimon, nothing going on, nothing you could actually play to impact the field, really kind of sucks for Royal Knights. But this is, again, another bricked hand. So we saw 2 games back-to-back where basically one person was playing the game and the other was pretty much not. It was very much mirrored. And then we get to go into the finals. Which this is the Neptune Mon versus Time Stranger. And then, like, I probably will scrub through these just to see what was played. I don't necessarily think some of these would matter as much matchup-wise, but we could go over them. So this is a pretty okay hoodie. Like, this is probably more so peak or normal Digimon, where there's a good amount of back and forth. It's not the greatest hand, but it's not terrible. Because he's got the Gatsu and he's got the Worm. He's got the Mirai. And then this is a pretty bricky hand, but, like, In Between Theater helps unbrick it, which is why, like, memory boost type cards exist, is because, like, oh, I don't see a rookie. This could potentially help me see a rookie. So now they get a start. He does the whole Wormmon into Mirai. And then, yep, there's the In-Between Theater, and there's 2 rookies. So that's kind of what I mean, where it's just like these cards are, like, these Memory Boost-esque cards are really important because they fundamentally tried to fix this specific issue. So now he just digivolves into Camille. This seems a little aggressive, like, to be honest. So he bounced the Mirai to play the Kisuke, digivolved into the Angemon. I mean, I guess in this matchup you kind of have to be aggressive. So he swings with the Angemon. He draws a card for the egg. He hits the Dan, which you don't want to see because that's, like, incredibly brutal. Like, this is where I think maybe, like, I'm not going to say this is, like, a game-changing moment right here, but, like, I feel like maybe this was a little too aggressive. Like, yeah, you have your tamers to bounce this back and do other shenanigans. So he's going to set up the Gatsu and the Raising. I almost would have used Kisuke. Like, what's the rest of his hand? Doesn't he have another Mirai? Yeah, or no, that's not a Mirai. That's Digilab. So, okay, yeah, then using that to reset that up is probably okay. But that's, like, the power of these tamers is, like, being able to remove the field to reduce the amount of interaction the opponent has with you is, like, why he feels like he could be this aggressive. So now he gets to play out his Digimon, stuns a tamer, I believe, does the check. This is pretty safe because most of Hoodie's cards are small. And the only thing you'd have to be worried about is the option. But this is where you just go into a level 6 Digimon. Oh, nope, he's just gonna use a mental training. And then he gets to pay 1 to unsuspend. And because he unsuspend, he gets to go into the Neptune for free. And now it's going to be very hard for Hoodie to deal with. But Hoodie can deal with it. And because of the Dan, he gets the free attack. And then he gets to spit out a Goma for more searching. So, yeah. Like, this is kind of where, like, the Neptune gets really, like, shown off and why Neptune is so powerful. Like, I guess it's like a combination between Neptune and Dan, and then the egg getting the unsuspend for basically a free attack for no reason. Like, that's kind of nuts. So now he's got to move out, and then he goes into a Hoodie. Hoodie's going to do the Hoodie things. The Erica Tamer is stunned. So they're going to drop the Angemon. The Angemon is going to let him draw a card. Then he's probably going to swing Alliance, right? Because he should be bigger. The Gatsu to search because he's most likely gonna suspend and Alliance and then DNA. So he gets to take the DNA and he gets to take the Tamer. Bounces the Erica because it's stunned. She's not going to do anything. I would almost replay the Erica. But he's going to be playing the Ryuji that he just... minusing the DP on the level 4. Yeah, so they're just fixing the order of operations here. And then Comet Hammer to get rid of the Neptune. Because I think Hoodie was able to spread the DP reductions. But because I think this Goma lives... No, it's because this security check is... Or this security... One of these securities is the Sanctuary. And that's where things kind of start going wrong. So he plays the Erica to reset up the Wormmon. And yeah, leaving the Goma is kind of extra spooky. The Goma has to swing. He doesn't have blocker. The Goma lives. It's a Chitose, which is not exactly what you want to see. Because now he could use that Goma for things. And then off of the Chitose, he's going to play the Gatsu. Then the Goma's in the back. I forgot. I think he uses this Goma to go up the chain. So this Goma living actually is a huge deal. Because he has a 4, he has the 5, he has a Neptune. And then he also has the Abyss Sanctuary to be able to play out another Goma. Or a Pada. And as we saw with Sharkmon, Sharkmon plus Neptune is incredibly spooky. So he's going to be Digivolving for 1 into the level 4, as we saw. That removes the Rookie. Yeah, I think he does just rebuild into another level 6 here. Because he has the Dan Cannon to be able to get that attack off. Yep, so there's the Shark. Shark de-digivolves because de-digivolve is strong. Like, this is a perfect example why, like, de-digivolve is so good. Then he in-betweens to be able to digivolve and maintain turn into the Neptune. The Neptune will get rid of the only Digimon on the field. He does not have the Inheritable to unsuspend. But there's nothing that Hoodie's gonna really be able to do in this position. I forgot if he just drops a Homeros to be able to get that unsuspend. No, he drops it in between theater. Choosing the Lana. Oh, then he uses the Abyss Sanctuary. So this lasts, and then that plays the Venus to lock 2 of the Tamers down, and now he's got Venus plus Neptune. And we know this last security, on top of this security, is an Abyss Sanctuary. And, like, this is doable and manageable for Hoodie because they have the majority of their stuff set up. But it's more of the fact that they couldn't deal with the extra body coming out of this security that lost them the game. So Venus does have her reductions, but he does have to pay for Venus. So it's still just a lot. And then he's just looping the sanctuaries because he could. And the sanctuary plays out the Goma, which is why you would loop them, is because you're still playing bodies for free, essentially. Like, that's why, like, options playing bodies for free that you're using the options for free is, like, so strong. Like, it's just free value on top of free value on top of free value. Like, yeah, he paid a lot for the Venus, but the Venus plus Neptune is just already a really strong combo. Because he can't de-digivolve the Venus, so the Venus is just kind of sticky. He could DP reduce the Venus. So now Hoodie gets to scramble a little bit because Hoodie's hand is kind of awkward. From what we could kind of tell. I think they're like missing an extra level 4 is what they were. Yeah, we can see that they have Tamer, search option, level 5, level 3, DNA, search option, and another Tamer. Or no, that's not another Tamer. I think that's another Gatsu. Yeah, so they have to hard play the Tamer that's searching. So right now they're just desperate for a level 4 Digimon. So they'll eventually find one because they have enough memory and enough search power, but it doesn't lessen the blow that they have to take all of these extra steps just to be able to see it. So now they're going to be swinging. They're going to play the Chitose. The Chitose. They're going to bounce the Chitose to play out the Chitose again. Yeah, and then that gets to play out the Angemon that they found. So they did, through their searches and draws, were able to find the extra level 4. So that's 6,000 DP minus on Venus right now. And I think, like, because of the Abyss Sanctuary, this has blocker. And because of Venus's protection, it could just block for free and then remove the Angemon, which is what we saw here. So it's basically just a free removal, which definitely very much hurts Hoodie quite a lot. Because Hoodie needed that extra body to DNA, and now they're going to have to jump through hoops again just to be able to line that up again. So they get to kill the Goma this time, and then they get a DNA. I don't know why they used the option here just to search. Like, maybe there was something better they could have done. Like, I would have probably tried to do something here, like make my attacks first before I search. So I don't particularly know what this search was doing for them. Like, and then a second search is also highly questionable. Like, I really, so the Venus is forced to attack, which is like whatever. Venus gets to stay around, which is all that they care about. So they raise up the Goma, get the free Evo into the Lana. And then the Lana gives them the battle protection. They're going to beat over, or no, they're gonna, yeah, he's got blocker, so he's gonna block, and then he's gonna play out the Hoodie post block. And then Hoodie does Hoodie things. So that's the Angemon. I almost feel like you shouldn't have blocked the Venus. Because Venus is... Like, maybe you should have just left Venus alone. So what happened there was he DP reduced the Lana to 0 and then tried to save it with Venus. And then by removing this, and then the DP reduction still goes through anyway because it's a game mechanic. So he basically just lost his hoodie for pretty much free. So I think maybe he was just afraid of the memory that he would go up into another Neptune. Does he even have another Neptune in hand? I don't think he does. Yeah, I mean, we're privy to the information where he doesn't have another Neptune, so that Lana really wasn't that big of a threat to where he felt like he should remove it. And then he stuns his Digimon and then loops the Sanctuary again to do some more searching. Sets up another in-between. Yeah, so now things are becoming quite awkward for Hoodie because they lost their big card. And it doesn't appear that they have a backup. Yeah, because they have to hard play the Chitose to hard play the Angemon. So they definitely do not have a backup Hoodie in this situation. They get a DNA into Shaq. Shaq gets to de-digivolve, but nothing to de-digivolve. And then Shaq swings, getting rid of the Digimon because of the Chitoses. He hits the Abyss Sanctuary, and that allows him to bring out the other hybrid to stunlock the Tamer. And that's kind of like, that was the deciding factor right here, was this card coming out when it did. Because now this presents a problem that he can't actually deal with. So he's just going to do his whole jumping through hoops thing, choking him on some memory, even though with the 2 Dan and Kanas and the Homeros, like, choking him to 1 means he's still going to be at 4 memory. And he gets all of his abilities of all of his cards. So now he basically just does the whole thing. He gets to go up into his level 5. He's got enough memory to do whatever he wants to try to find another Neptune, which he had in his hand. Yeah, so I guess, like, he did have the Neptune in his hand. I couldn't see it because his hand wasn't fanned out very well. But yeah, the fact that he went into this Neptune is pretty big. Because this Neptune's going to be able to do a lot of checks because he has the Shark combo. Yeah, so Shark makes Neptune basically hit for 3 instead of its initial 2. And yeah, that was the Japan finals. So it literally came down to that lucky security check. That spit out the Carmilla. Like, it was this attack right here that stunned his Tamer. I don't know what else Hoodie was going to do otherwise. So, like, was this attack actually necessary? Is the real question. I guess maybe it was. So what were some of the other matchups? So we had Hoodie and Mastimon. I think Hoodie generally wins this matchup. Yeah, that definitely looks like Hoodie is winning this matchup. Followed by another big break. And we have Agio versus Wicked Gods. And I think Agio wins this one. Oh no, Wicked Gods might actually have won this one. Yeah, it looks like Wicked Gods won this just because, like, once they get into their Millennium looping, it can be very difficult, and then it has Tamer removal with the Zeed. Yeah. Then we had Jupiter versus Medusa. And who wins this one? Jupiter wins or Medusa? Medusa wins. Yeah, Medusa wins that one. Then this is Creepy versus Hoodie. And this looks like the final turn here. Oh god. You just see like Hoodie just start wrecking shop. Yeah, it looked like Creepy was doing okay, and then Hoodie decided to do Hoodie things. Yeah, so it looked like Hoodie pretty much won that matchup. What was this one? You have not Crosshearts, Bagra. Bagra versus Neptune. I think Neptune kind of just wins that one. Yeah, Neptune definitely won that one. Time Strangers. Oh my god, look at those cards. Look at those mats. Oh, that's a neat little box. Tamer's World Box version 2. More commercials. And then this gets into finals. Yeah, and then this gets us into our finals bracket. Which, this is the game that we saw. Royal Knights versus Iliad. So, I think the only one that I would probably be curious to see is like the Wicked Gods matchup. So we'll put that one on the back burner. So let's actually build Royal Base. All right. What was I doing? Right, Royal Base. So, as far as the old build of Royal Base, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the other one? Is this the one? No. This is the new one, right? Yeah, that's the new one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have the bees. 1, 2, 3, 4. Floodgate. Where's Floodgate? There you are. 1. Oh no, we don't. We want this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. I like one Floodgate over an extra one of this. Then what else do we got? We got 4 Fays, 1 winner. 4 Fay, 1 old winner. Level 5s is 1 of you. Where's the other one? There you are. 1, 2, 3. And then 4 of the new one. And then we're just on 4 Tiger Vesps because this card just OTKs. We're on 4 of the option because this card is good. We got the scrambles. Proto form. Zubagon. And then, oops. Is Coda doing anything for this deck other than being... I think it's just a searcher. Yeah. Just a mem setting searcher. Alright. So this is like a base build of what Bees was doing. Yeah, this pretty much seems like it's the build. So now we get to read the new cards and figure out what the deck is going to be doing. So what cards did we actually gain? So we have this this in Rookie. So when a face-up Royal Base traded card is placed into our security stack, we get to draw a card. So this is allowing us to just automatically set up the top. Yeah, this just flips our security basically, which is exactly what we want. So I don't think we run the new egg. Unless like we find ourselves needing the extra card draw versus the setup. What does this card do? Start of your main phase, add the top card of our security to our hand. Then we get to place one Royal Base card from our hand to the bottom of our security face up. Is that doing what this is doing? This is an on play. This is a start of main. So what is this one doing? During your turn, this just reduces evolution. And then this is searcher. So I think this card replaces this. Maybe that's a one of, and then we just run 2 of the newbie. Then does this replace anything? They gain reboot. That's plus 1,000 DP. That's reboot plus 1,000. So what does this do? We get to add the top face down to our security to our hand. Then we get to place one royal. Okay, so this is also flipping. If we have one or fewer tamers, we get to play one with royal base. So this is the tamer setter, and then this is the protection. So probably like go down 2 and up 2, just because the flipping is really good. All turns, when any of your other royal base would leave the battle area by an effect, it doesn't leave. I think we could probably go down like on one of these to play like an X or something. So I guess like our big thing is, do we prioritize the protection or do we prioritize the security flipping? I think we probably would prioritize security flip, because when we move out, this flips 1. Then we go into... Oh, where's the... Yeah. So I think we do run this. I don't think we run the on-play flip. I think we just rely on this flip. So this will flip 1. This will flip 2. This will flip 3. So we've already flipped 3 security by the time we've moved out and digivolved up. That seems pretty good. Then what does this do? So this gives blocker. Blocker. What did the other one give? Blocker also? Yeah. This is pretty useless. All turns when this... Digimon deletes an opponent's Digimon by battle. Trash the top of their security. Trash the top. So we already have that effect here. So the other one was just removal, which I don't think we care about. On play when Digivolving, for each of our face-up cards, suspend one of the opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Then one of their Digimon or Tamers doesn't unsuspend. When any of your royal base would leave the battle area other than by your effects, by flipping the top security face down, it does not leave. When this Digimon would leave the battle area other than by your effects, flip the top face down and it doesn't leave. And that's the same inheritable. Maybe we go down on this. Like, maybe we go down on that to run one of these. Because this isn't really doing anything when we Digivolve into it. Like, this is just better as a security card. I mean, like, it's also okay for, like, the protection, but I think that's why we, like, run less of this. So we probably run 2 of him, or maybe we just start cutting it. Because what does this do? On play when Digivolving. This is de-Digivolve. This is important. We have to keep this. So yeah, I think we just start cutting this one for this. I think we still just play Tiger Vesp because we're still just trying to OTK. That feels like it's the strategy. So we're most likely not going to be changing a lot of the options. Trollish idea, but what if you threw Master Tyrannomon into Tiger Vesp Ace to give it security attack +1 inherit? I think the big problem... Oops, not our master, just master. Here's your problem right here. Does the new one fix it? No, it does not. There's your problem right there. We have to pay the 4 to Digivolve, and that would make things really bad because we're trying to be as memory efficient as possible. Like, that's why the Scramble's being played, that's why Protoform's being played, is just to try to reduce the cost of our Digivolutions. And you can make the argument, like, yeah, you could scramble into Master and pay 2 instead of, and pay 3 instead of 2. But I think you want to be as memory conservative as possible. So, like, that's why Final Zugban Punch is a card that the deck is running. Is because it's very easy for Tiger Vesp to hit 13. And that turns Final Zubagon Punch online. It would be a funny idea. I think, like, if Master was able to Digivolve off of Liberators, I think that would definitely be more feasible of an idea. I'm not saying it's bad. It just requires more memory. And I think you just would rather spend that extra memory on a Final Zubagon Punch for safety. Or, where is, yeah, this needs CS in its traits. I would say, like, this could be kind of funny, but just to be able to try to play out the Fae. There's also Doru Gray. So, like, if you really wanted to get, like, an easy, cheap Security Attack Plus, like, this card's probably a little bit easier than Master. Because all of your Digimon are X antibodies. So, X antibody, X antibody, X antibody. Like, the whole deck is X antibody, which is why you run the Coda anyway. Is because this just searches X antibodies, which is basically every Digimon in the deck. So, like, if you really wanted to be trolly for that Security Tech Plus, you could run the one copy of Doru Gray and not feel completely embarrassed. Because this card's also limited to one. CS Rise Greymon is a better Security Tech Plus one inherit. Yeah. I think, like, if I were to run any level 5 for just the vanilla Security Tech Plus, I think Rise is probably better because it could at least set up the Fae if I didn't during the chain. But if you just want Security Tech Plus 1 and to try to be tempo efficient about it, Doru Gray is probably the tech one of you would play. Because this also can increase your inheritables too, which is the goofy part. And it also gives you protection. Yeah. The only thing... Yeah, this works still. The only thing it can't be is a search target for anything searching for royal bases. And then it also doesn't work with green scramble, so we would probably change green scramble to black scramble in that case. But I think the deck is still just a OTK. Because Final Zubagon Plunge plus Tiger Vespa with 3 face-up security, is that enough for lethal? So swing once, flip, 2 checks, unsuspend. Then do it again. So that's 2. 2 security flipped. And 4 checks done. Then... Yeah, so that is enough to OTK. So 3 security face up plus Final Zubagon Punch is enough to OTK the opponent. You can play Fae with it? Yeah. Fae's really good. Because, like, the level 5s are, like, okay, but you have enough room for, like, a Tech 5. Because, like, it's just the memory efficiency. I'd have to recalculate the memory efficiency of the deck. That's the big thing. So maybe the green scramble should just be a black scramble anyway. Yeah, because the other thing that Rise you can't do is protoform into a Rise, but you probably are going to be protoforming into, like, Tiger Vesp if you don't. So it just comes down to memory efficiency. I just got to do the math on that. But I don't hate just a generic Security Tech plus 1. I don't. So what's this new winner doing? So this new winner gives collision and piercing at the start of our turn, so he's the new mem setter. And then on play, we get to add the top face-up card from our hand. Yeah, we get to place the top face-up security card into our hand and then swap it out for a royal base. End of our turn by suspending one of our tamers. Our Digimon gains collision and piercing for the turn and can attack. This part is huge. So what's the old winner doing? By suspending this tamer, we could digivolve our Digimon into a face-up Digimon card. If this effect digivolved, we get to place a royal base from our hand as the face. Wait, what? So this just gives us a memory and then makes our digivolving cheaper. Oh, we could digivolve into a face-up security. Okay. I think we cut Coda for the new winner. I don't know how much of the new winner we are going to want to run. And then the other big question is the unique emblem. If this is good enough of a card to warrant us using it. That's the other big thing. I think you're going to try Rise Greymon. And Evo it off of CS Wasp. Yeah. Like, I think Rise Greymon is a pretty decent card. Isn't defense training good in this? Defense training is also good. The problem is deck space. So I think we cut like a level 5 just to try to trim things down. So I think the level 5 that we cut is this. So that way we run 7. So we're on 11, 7, 9. We could probably even cut a rookie down. I think we would probably cut this down. Because we need 4 of the Searcher, right? Yeah, I think these are fulfilling very similar roles. And we would rather just have 4 of on the Searcher. So that way we could go 10, 9, 7 and squeeze in more options or more tamers. Because I still think like one of this winner is probably okay. I don't think I would run more than one of them. When a card is placed face up, yeah, we get a gain of memory and draw a card. This card's just too good. This card's just so good. And this is our new mem setter. And then on play, it rigs. So off of our tamer setter, we play the winner out, and then we basically get a flip. So it's acting similar to this one. And then the other problem, the unique emblem is just such a huge problem. Like, is unique emblem better than scramble? I guess is the real question. Because everything else kind of feels like it has to stay. Like, right? Because we're definitely not playing the new Queen Bee. I think that's like a completely different build. And we can mess with that one after we're done, like, reconfiguring the OTK. So the big question is this. So when any of our winners are played, we get to Digivolve into one of our Digimon into a level 6 or lower Liberator trait from our hand and reduce the Digivolution cost by 3. So this specifically is asking for Tamer Setter. So what's our combo path then? I think maybe it is better than Black Scramble. It sucks that it has to be specifically with a winner. But I think like as a tech one of, it might be better than Black Scramble. Because our combo path is flip 1, move out, flip 2, Digivolve, play Tamer, flip 3, unique emblem, Digivolve into Vespamon, and then Digivolve into Tiger Vesp. So how much memory did we spend on that turn? So we would have spent, so this needs to be pre-set up. So if we move out, we're only Digivolving, we're paying for this Digivolution and we're paying for this Digivolution. So we would need Protoform to reduce going into Tiger Vest by 1. So that way we spend a total of 4 memory. Yeah, the fact that this winner just really doesn't do anything is kind of disappointing. Like, he's here just for the winner name and the possibility of Digivolving into our face-up security. Which is not, like, terrible. I'm just trying to think. And attack. If we're able to like attack and then regain memory, that would probably be really good. Yeah, I don't necessarily think this does make combos a little bit easier to do, but I don't necessarily think it's that big of a deal for the deck because you could just hide a level 4 or 5 in your raising area if you're able to like use some of your other cards to flip. So like if you set up search, you could do like search, set up wasp, wasp play Fae. And then start getting some extra value. Chat, how are we feeling on Honeycomb Commander? Because that's like the big thing is this better than Black Scramble? The answer is a maybe. Black Scramble doesn't need anything to be good. This needs the winners to be good, and most of the winners aren't necessarily that good. So maybe it's still Black Scramble, because I don't think we could run anything else. Oh, we have deck space. I'm totally blanking. Oh, but weren't we gonna play, like, defense training? Yeah. So, okay, I think because of defense training, and because of Final Zubagon Punch, like, we just don't run Honeycomb Commander? So here's my thought process. So we run a Black Scramble, and then we run like 2 defense trainings. And then we could put something back in. Like, we could put another rookie backup in. The big question is, do we cut this winner for this one? I think no. I think maybe this is fine as a one of. You won your first round? Nice. No undefeated, so I automatically won. It was a 5-man locals. Yeah, my locals have been getting kind of small recently. So, I kind of feel ya. My locals has been shrinking and shrinking over the past year. But Empire, like, how does this kind of look like this deck for just going like focusing on Unga Bunga? Like, is this where Tiger Vespa Ace kind of just is sitting at? Because I don't think we need a sub 6 because we're just focused on the combo and no other level 6 Digimon is really doing us any justice. I mean, we could technically, if we really wanted to, run like a one of Tyrant. I don't necessarily think Tyrant's needed. We could run a one of Queen Bee or one of the old Tiger Vesp. I guess like let's look at what the Queen Bees are doing. So my only thing I hate about this card is it doesn't have Alliance. This card at least has Alliance. So, on play, when Digivolving, when attacking, we get to place a Royal Base traded card from our hand or trash as the face-up top or bottom card of our security. Then we get to delete up to 8 play cost worth of cards if on my opponent's field. And then for each of our face-up security, we get to add 2 to the maximum. So she's already hitting 10, and then anything additional setup is probably going to be able to delete other megas. When digivolving, when attacking, we get to play a card with Royal Base and its text from our hand. For each face-up card in our security, we reduce the play cost by 1. I don't think that's really that needed. Like, she deletes something and then plays something. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from her, is like, I'm going to play out a body, and then I'm going to delete a body. I don't think that's needed. This one allows us to play a Royal Base card from our face-up security and reduce the play cost by 8. So this gets us arguably a more efficient body setup at the cost of our face-up security. And then this allows us to basically recover when a Digimon is going to be removed. I don't know. I think we just focus on the Ooga Booga. The Oogie Boogie. The Chunga, the Bachungas. There we go. I was trying to think of something else that's kind of funny and clever. I failed. I would run the newer Queen Bee over the old one, even without Alliance. It doesn't seem like that bad of a card. It's just I like damage. Probably too much of the Royal Base option card. You should probably be at 3. This card's so good, though. Oh, I forgot this card's reducing Digivolution. When any of our Digimon would Digivolve into a Royal Base, we get to reduce the Digivolution. This card's so good. I don't know how we cut it, though. Like, in what are we cutting it for? Like, this for an extra mega? So, like, go down 1, go up 1? Something along those lines? I just don't feel like this card's needed. I also find it funny how this card's not power creeping like the other ones. The more I think about the old winner, I think you're right to include it as a one-of, because winner might be able to activate if your face-up is anything. Yeah, so like you could try to protect your hand or whatnot with your face-up security. Like it's just a good one-of. It's also a winner name, and it's also cheap, so like I think it's fine. But I think like Honeycomb Emblem just is a little bit too cumbersome for the deck, because we're not heavy into the winners. If we were heavier into the winners, I would say, okay, I think Honeycomb is definitely worth running. But because we would rather just use defense training to search out like Black Scramble and Final Zubagon Punch, and then basically everything else in the entire deck outside of Protoform, the only time that this card's not usable is if we just have Poromon. So, like, that's the only awkward thing with defense training is the Poromon is green, but everything else is green-black. But, I mean, I guess... I don't know. I think it's always going to have that inherent awkwardness, as long as we're trying to run, like, Final Zubagon Punch. What is the, Like when we get these types of cards, I think this just by default replaces the training. Like, it doesn't matter which one we use between, like, punching training, treadmill training, or parkour training, or technically even shadow training. It doesn't matter which one of them we use. I just think, like, once those come out, this comes, like, once these come into the game, this comes out of the game. Because this is already, like, a Tech 2 of. But I think this is probably okay. Like, it feels like a very okay starting spot. Because, like, the removal's not, like, terrible. And if she's able to stick, we could keep repeating her effect, which is not bad. I just don't necessarily think we need her. What does the old Tiger Vespa do? Piercing reboot on play when digivolving. For each of our face-up, we get to suspend one. Then none of their Digimon can unsuspend. Oh, this is a floodgatey? Huh. All turns when other Digimon are deleted by battle, this Digimon may unsuspend. Would I rather have a one of the old Tiger Vesp? Let's be real, Honeycomb isn't really a bad card. Faye is just too good. 100% Empire. 100%. I'm almost tempted, instead of running the Queen Bee, just running a single old Tiger Vesp. Am I crazy for thinking that? I just see the ability to make it so all of their stuff can't unsuspend. And that's kind of like the floodgatey type of effect that I'm like leaning into, thinking is better than the removal effect and swarm off of this Queen Bee. Am I terrible for thinking that? I might be. But I kind of like the idea a little bit better. So I'm locking it in, guys. This is version 0.01 of EX11 Royal Base. Are there any huge blockers with protection that Tiger Vesp lets you get around? Kinda, yeah. Against Time Strangers, like if Time Strangers builds a wide field, this Tiger Vesp can stop all of those blockers. I think the new Queen Bee is still better since it increases your security count. However, I think you have enough speed at increasing your security and defense where the old Tiger is still good. Yeah, like, this is just a tech... Like, this is literally a flex spot. It doesn't necessarily matter what it is. I think this card is just funny enough, though, where it could actually be good. I see the floodgatey part, and I'm just like, high-level floodgate, sign me up. Like, in archetype, high-level floodgate. I will take it. But you're probably correct, Empire, where I think the new Queen Bee probably is the correct play. Because what does he do? Does he delete stuff? So by placing one royal base from our hand or trash face up, we get to return one of the opponents with as much DP or less to our hand. Oh, that's so good. Why is that so good? When this Digimon suspends by flipping a security. So he rigs a security? So we're always going to have like 3 to 4 security face up? Jeez. Jeez. Yeah, because we probably want to use defense training to get into the level 4s efficiently. Yeah, because this also can grab the options. I'm just trying to think, like, I think it's still just need, like, defense training is still just a good card. So this is basically just recovery. You may place from your hand or trash to the top. Yeah, so this is just a recovery. Okay, it's not like terrible. It's literally just we're arguing over semantics of a one singular card. Hello, I agree. New Queen Bee is excellent because it can play Hornet easier at the top of our security, so you can place a board wipe into security while wiping the board. I also found Royal Base one of the best cards in the deck. It helps you Evo into your stack. Yeah. You also would run one more Proto. You have 3 in yours because it's hard to search. So that's why the deck originally was playing Codas. Because this can search for your X antibody option. I also don't know how needed Protoform is when doing your stuff, but I could see it being good enough to where maybe you would cut down a defense training to run another Protoform. So I could see something like this, or cut out the extra mega entirely and just run an extra Protoform and then keep the 2 defense trainings in. Like, it's all small little changes, but I think, like, the core of the deck probably is this. I'll probably, I'll keep it like this for right now. 3 Protos is really nice, cycling in and out of security. Yeah, okay. You talked me into it. 3 Protos, 1 defense. At this point, should we even run defense, or should we instead run a memory boost instead? You've been playing a lot of Royal Base at locals. You have good success. I personally would run Final Zubagon Punch at 2, and you see it quick enough. That's probably okay. Because, like, the deck can still OTK without Final Zubagon. It's just obviously easier with Final Zubagon. So I could get behind that idea because, like I said, the flip math is pretty there. Where you have Poromon flip, Funbee flip, into Wasp play winner flip, or Forge flip. So off of 1 flip, 2 flip, 3 flip, we could easily go into this for a 4 flip. And then at that point, all we needed to do is chip the opponent's security a total of 1 time. And then that leads to an OTK without Final Zubagon. Memory boost would give you more room to play Final Zubagon. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, if it's just a one of, I probably would rather have a memory boost. Now the big question is, do I run a 2-color memory boost to literally search 1 less card, or would I rather just run a normal memory boost? Actually, no, I would probably run I guess it really doesn't matter at this point. Yeah, and then this could be flipped back to green. Because we're not running the option, the ability to search for the option. Oh, not training. Scramble. So that way we have color cohesion with at least our egg. In case something magically decides to go wrong. I think the fact that we're suggesting such a small change shows that this deck is practically done. Yeah. No, I'm pretty comfortable with the deck in its current state as is. Because we're literally making like 1 or 2 card changes at this point. I think I might test 1 old Queen Bee and 1 old Tiger Vesp, 3 Ace, and then 2 of the new Queen Bee. But you're not a great deck builder. I think so. If you're not trying to OTK, like I think there's a lot more flexibility in what you can do. It's just base ratios for how the deck functions means that, so like you'd basically be sacrificing Final Zubagon Punch to basically run more Megas and more Digimon in general, and potentially more options. Or Tamers. It's just the problem is Winner as a Tamer kind of still sucks, and Faye is just significantly better by like leaps and bounds. I mean, this new Winner is pretty okay. Collision, piercing, and can attack at the end of the turn. All very good things. Also, when you hard play him, flipping a security is really good, because that allows you to basically make him a 4-cost with Faye. Like, Faye is just such an insane card for this deck. But yeah, so I'm pretty comfortable with this iteration here. So feel free to take screenshots or whatnot, or reference back to the video if you want to know what Royal Base is doing. As far as memory math, if we have our proper cards set up, we should be okay on memory. So what do we actually need set up? We probably need 1 Faye setup. Yeah, so all we need is literally 1 Faye setup, a Royal Base setup, and or memory boost. So this is probably like a consistent turn 3 OTK, as long as we're able to see our parts and pieces. OTK feels really good in the current format. Yes, that's because the game has been getting progressively faster, and cards are just able to do more as we trigger more things. So it puts a lot of pressure on the game, where if you're not closing out the game on turn 3, you're most likely losing in response. So I think this is probably really good. So we could move on. Export. Image. Green. Generate image, download. All right, and then in here, let's throw you up so we can save our progress. There, perfect. Beautiful, now we have it saved forever. All right, I gotta scroll way back up to see what was the next suggestion. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Vortex Warriors is a boring answer. Ghost. Okay, so ghosts. So ghosts and puppets and Vortex Warriors were on the docket. So, Let's go ghosts. We're gonna go Danny Phantom. We're going ghost. GHOSTKA. Ghost-keteers. Alright. Ghosty ghosty. Do I have a reference? Has Ghosts done anything recently? The answer is likely to be no. But I can't read Japanese. Wasn't there one on... Let's go Eggman events. See if there's a reference for Ghost here somewhere. Nope. Not in BT23, BT22. Where's Ghosts? There's puppets. Since I actually have to dig for ghosts, let's just do puppets. Alright, export. Copy to clipboard. Import. Paste and go. Alright, so we have ghosts, or we have puppets. We have the poopets, the poppets. However you want to label them. You know. I'm seeing if there's any additional references I can take. There we go. Alright. So we have puppets. Is this basically pretty similar? This has the demonic disaster. Do we need demonic disaster? So we have the scramble. We have the emblem. Oh, this doesn't have the emblem. What's there? So 3 Kaguyas. So this is 4 Kaguyas. Oh, this isn't running any Sendrills. Okay. We need yellow and purple. All right. Yeah, because I don't know if we need demonic disaster. So for the time being, we'll just do that. All right. Now we got a lot of options because Puppets has 2 ways to play. Because we have the Orisa way and we have the Mirai way. Also, make sure you could just type in Liberator and search by color. Wait. Liberator. Does it work that way? No. Actually, I could just do it here, right? What are most of these puppets? They're datas? Virus and data. Okay, that's not working. Attributes. Here we go. Just a big ol' long list of attributes. LMNOP. There we go. Puppet. All right. So... where's the new emblem? Don't they have a new emblem that's garbage? Where are the promos? Promos at the top? No. Oh, right, because I have this. Okay. Instead of this. Because now this would technically give me the options, right? Yeah. What site am I using? I am using DigimonCard.app. So, I've been flip-flopping between this one and one of the other ones. Digimon Card, I think it's DigimonCard.com. So, that's the site that I've been using. Where is F11? There we go. All right. So let's figure out what we're actually doing with puppets. So what is our new emblem doing? That's step number 1, because the new emblem is garbage, but it might be playable. I just had it. There you are. All right. So we reveal the top 3 cards of our deck, add a puppet and a... Wait, this searches 2 cards? Hello. When any of our Mirais are played, we get to reduce the Digivolution by 3. So this build's already running 3 of this, and this just searches. So I guess, like, what's our combo path? That's always the first question that I ask is, like, what is our actual effective combo path that we're trying to do? Because are we still running old Kaguya, or are we shifting the build to be Sendril focused? Or are we also just running the new Kaguya? I don't like the new Kaguya because the new Kaguya or is it this card? Yeah, so I don't like the new Karakuri because the new Karakuri can't play Namekamon, and Namekamon is one of the most important cards in this deck. So, I don't particularly think that this is super great. When another Digimon is deleted, we get to play a level 4 or lower puppet traded card from our trash for free. When Digivolving and at the end of the opponent's turn, delete one of theirs with the lowest level, Alliance and Scapegoat, versus Alliance and Blocker on everything. All turns, when another Digimon is deleted, delete one of the opponent's lower level, and then we get to play a level 4 or lower from our trash. So this happens every turn. This happens basically every turn also. As a Pulse main, you endorse a Namekamon? No, so, like, Puppet's biggest weakness, outside of its sources getting stripped, very much is de-Digivolve. So, Namekamon being able to actually give us de-Digivolution protection makes him one of the most valuable things in the entire deck. So, like, this is the awkward thing with Puppets, is, like, they have too many tools to where the deck can kind of get distracted, and there's a couple of different approaches to building the deck. So, like, you could build the deck into double Kaguya and focus on Mirai with a little bit of Arisa support. You could double down on Arisa, run Sendril, and double down on maybe trying to do Nien Boot shenanigans. Like, there's a lot that you could do with Puppets. You could do a hybrid mix of the in-between. So, like, it's just trying to, like, essentially we're just trying to figure out what are the best pieces and how are we making the deck work. Because I still think, like, unfortunately, the deck is not getting away from this Shumon. So, we're still going to be doing this Shumon into this Karakurumon. It's just now, do we replace the Chaparro with the Warp Chaparro? Did we not get a new Chaparro in this set? I don't think we did. No, it's literally just a new Sendril and a new Shu. You gonna play a level 3 puppet. Do we even play the Warp, I guess, is the actual question. So I guess like what are the strategies shifting towards? Because the way like the old competitive build of the deck kind of wants to operate is very Mirai focused. So what is this new one doing? I personally play one of the warp. Ah! My mic fell. I'm sorry, chat. I hit my mic. I'm sorry, Mike. I guess Nian isn't like the others. It's not an auto win level 7, so the warp isn't really relevant. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of leaning towards. Is like the Kaguya and the new Sendril just like offer so much value, and that's where the majority of your damage is coming from. Where the Nian boot literally is just a game finisher. He's basically just like the Omni for game factor. That's kind of all I really see him as. And I think like that's kind of unfortunate for the deck is like he just doesn't have the damage. Also, if Shushuman token is so important, then skipping the level 4 and if Shushu token is so important, then skipping a level 4 may even be bad. Yeah. So like because most of the time we're just going to be digivolving into this for free. And then we're going to be digivolving into the Karakuru, which deletes the token, which then digivolves for free into any of our level 6s. So like that, I don't think that game plan is still changing. I think the budget Sukuyaban plays Nian Boot for the overclock. Yeah, so Sakuya plays Nian Boot as a one-of just because of the overclock. Like, it's literally just like their Omni for game. That's basically it. Because overclock can sacrifice tokens or the card of the selected trait. So, what is this Orisa doing? During all turns, when any of your... Okay, so this is replaying level 3s. And then this is searching for a card with Puppet or Liberator. And then when any of our Digimon with Puppets return... Or when any of our Digimon digivolves into a Puppet, by returning this Tamer to the bottom of the deck, we get to play an Orisa for free. It's not really for free. Or a puppet with, or a Digimon with Puppet in its trait and reduce it by 3. So basically a level 3 for free or an Orisa for free. What is the new Shumon doing? Oh, not that Shumon. We want this shoe. No, that's the promo shoe. This Shumon. So on deletion, we get to play a token. So this basically just replaces itself and it gives us barrier. I think we could definitely go down on the pawn chess. I guess what's the new Hanimon is doing? On deletes, if deleted other than by battle, you get to play a Shumon from your hand without paying the cost. During the opponent's turn, when one of your opponent's Digimon attacks, you get to delete one and end the attack. Do the others have that one? Yeah, they do. So this has an on-play of recycling our cards, which recycling is really good. I value that. Yeah, we need the extra rookies because of how these are working. What is the new Orisa doing? She's a mem setter. When any of our tokens or puppets are deleted, we get to suspend this Tamer, draw one card, and then if deleted by overclock, we get to play a level 4 puppet from our hand for free. That's really good. think she would be like a good 2-of type card. Then skipping level 4, maybe even... Yeah, so, like, we don't... Where's the warper? The warp chaperone. Where is the warp chaperone? Because here's the EX7 stuff. Because I think, like, running one warp over the overclock probably is okay. Because doesn't the warp also have overclock? No. Oh, yeah, it does. The warp does have overclock. That's all it does, though, is warp and overclock. Bum, 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 bum. This build is so goofy. I probably would run a warp because it still has overclock. Like, we have enough ability to play Digimon, so I don't necessarily think we need this as much. It's still a good card, but I think we could then puppet. The puppets. The puppets. Like, puppets is just really awkward. Like, a lot of what they had was already pretty good, and what they got doesn't necessarily seem super great. So start of your main phase, one of your opponents... Oh, if your opponent has a Digimon, gain a memory. When any of your Digimon digivolve into a puppet traded by suspending this tamer, we get to play a level 3 puppet from our hand. At the end of the turn, delete it. I don't think we need her. Like, she's basically just setting up a free overclock for us. Because, like, at the end of the turn, we just overclock, delete what we just played off of this Mirai, and then it's just a literal free overclock. Which lines up into, like, these shoes, like the new shoe and the new one where they have on deletes. Yeah, puppets is just, like, in a really awkward spot. Like, I'm almost at analysis paralysis with them. I guess the main argument for that chaperone is the protection in case you hit security bomb or you need to play it into a potential ace. Oh, for for the wind digivolving effect? This one's funny, but it's not good because it doesn't have overclock. The new Mirai goes well with her new level 3 that gives you a token on delete. Yeah. Like, the new shoe... Like, so the idea is you're supposed to use the new Mirai to set up what you're going to be sacrificing, which is going to be either the shoe or the new Hina because they have on deletes. I just don't know if that's good. Like, if it's better than what we've been doing. What does this card do? When digivolving, if you have one or few tamers... Oh, so this is the Mirai exclusive setup. Yeah, this is the Orisa exclusive setup. This is the Mirai exclusive setup. The Inherit. Barrier and stopping the attack. Because this is just protection, and this is also just protection. Like, it's the same protection effect. which is also the same as this Karakuru. So I guess the argument is, how much are we actually looking to change the deck? Are we trying to do the split, or are we just going to like double down on this Kaguya because this Kaguya is still kind of insane? Because I think like if the argument is we're going to be building it as a Kaguya build rather than like a mixed build or a Sendril build, then obviously some things are going to have to change. Because like right now the deck is more focused on Kaguya. So like do we double down on the Kaguya? Because I also think this new Sendril is like actually kind of insane. So we get to play a level 4 or lower puppet traded Digimon from our hand without paying the cost. Then we get to play 1 familiar token for each of the opponent's Digimon. It's just so insane. And then when Digivolving, when attacking to one of the opponent's Digimon, give minus 3,000 for each of our Digimon. I think like we kind of just are like, this card's just so good. The big question is, do we run the new Kaguya over the old Kaguya? I think the answer is no. I think the old Kaguya is still just fundamentally better. Like, I guess this is a tiny bit more sticky because it has Scapegoat, but I think, like, giving everything blocker while having the good protection is, like, what makes it annoying to begin with. So, like, where do I squeeze this in? I could probably take out a Blinding Ray, to be honest. I don't think Blinding Ray is, like, this is the deck for a Blinding Ray. We're running, like, no level 5s. Jeez. So now we're over on cards. So, how many rookies do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we could cut 1 rookie. And then we're still 2 cards over. So this is using 3 emblems instead of the memory boost. So we cut a memory boost, essentially. And then how many tamers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7. 7's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we're good on level 4s. Probably take out the Shine just to run a another Nian, even though Shine is like obviously better. And they're running 5. All right, so we fixed the ratios a little bit, so now we just need to make the deck more cohesive. No, old Kaguya is still better? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think old Kaguya is still just better. But this Sendril is just so good, though. Alliance and Overclock, she comes with 2 bodies, just like the old one. We take out the level 7 Liberator. It just doesn't gel well with Kaguya. I think, like, Nian Boot is still, like, an okay one of. Let's go Tamers. Here we go. Alright, let's fix our Tamers. Because I highly doubt that this is the optimal Tamer lineup at this point. I'll just keep Nian at 2 for right now. So what are our best tamers? So this gives our stuff rush, but it's in competition for overclock, being able to play out another body. Do we run the new emblem like as a search tool instead of like a memory boost or a training? Because that's like the big thing is like if we play an emblem that forces our tamers to change. I think this new tamer is really good. I think this one's just okay. Because this one forces our level 3s to change. The new setter. Yeah, so I think like we run 2 of the new setter. We could take out 2 of the search Mirai. That sets it up. Because I think maybe we're just playing too many things from our hand. So what does this do? BT22. So by returning this tamer to the bottom of our deck, we get to play an Orisa from our hand, and if we don't, we get to play, or if we don't have a Digimon, we also get to play a Shu from our trash. When any of our tokens are played, by suspending this tamer, draw a card. So Orisa and her emblem, this Orisa more specifically and her emblem with this Shushu basically is like acting like a Karakuru. Where it's just like instead of digivolving from our 5, or maybe do we just like try to turbo as quickly as possible? No new emblem. We replay the Shu for searching. Yeah, searching Shu is really good. And we also have pawn chests to set up our trash for Kaguya as well. Because the new emblem can search for 2 things, but what's the trigger condition on it? Oh, it's when the Mirai is played for free, which means we would have to swap what tamer setter we're playing. I guess the big question is, how important is she for this build? Like, is this card even necessary anymore? When any of our puppets digivolve into a puppet traded Digimon, by returning this, we get to play a Orisa. So this is basically just like banking an Orisa play. That's all this card's doing. Yeah, trying to like optimize puppets is like actually kind of difficult because they have so many things to like spin the deck into wild directions. Because I don't think the warp play is like bad as like a good catch up. So I guess let's go back to the tamers. Like, what tamers are we actually running? What does this do? On play, we get to play a Shu. And then when one of our Digimon digivolves, we get to suspend this and gain a memory. That's pretty good. This one is the emblem card. Like, it's designed specifically for the emblems. This gives rush, and that's the new one. They're all, like, pretty okay. Actually, funny enough... Oh, this is in all turns. The old Mirai is your backup for Shushu combo. Yeah, I think, like, honestly... honestly, I think, like, this is probably the best Tamer lineup. Like, I could see maybe a Tech 1 of the Rush, but we're not really going to be, like, trying to do that because we have Alliance now. So we don't really need Rush as much. Like, and that's where the old competitive build was using, like, Demonic Disaster to sacrifice it and then just get an unsuspend. Does this have a when attacking? This doesn't play anything when attacking, and neither does this. So I think because of that, we don't need Demonic Disaster. We would rather just sit on an annoyingly wide field. And then they all just so happen to have blocker. Yeah, I think we do just put the ruin mode back in, though. As much as I hate ruin mode, he's, like, just still an insane card. Like, is there a reason for me to run some of the other ones? Because we're not, like, super shoe heavy to where we want shoes specifically. So I think, yeah, I think we do just, like, skip it and we just run what we got, Tamer-wise. Because this is still obviously the best one. This is pretty good support, and then this is just now pretty good because of Overclock, because of Sendril and Neon Boot. So I think we're okay here. Yeah, I think, like, just the Mirai stuff is just asking for too much. And I think, like, having a good, healthy, like, combo mix is probably better. Yeah, all of these have on plays, which give us initial value, which is what we want, over on deletes, which don't give us initial value, and they're just there for combos. Like, honestly, it feels like a lot of the older stuff is still just better. Yeah, because this is just when Digivolving to set up, so that's not replacing the when Digi on delete. This definitely is not replacing the Karakuru that we currently have. This is not replacing the Kaguya we already have. This is definitely replacing the Sendril we have. Yeah, so, like, unless you build a Sendril focus build or a Kaguya focus build, I think this is, like, a good middle ground. What does this button do? Oh. So I think that's going to be good for puppets. Like, I'm okay with this. I feel like this is just very, very hyper generic. But, like, I don't think that's a bad thing. Because, like, the new tools obviously are trying to pull the deck in different directions. And I feel like this is just, like, the best of everything, while ignoring the majority of the new stuff because you don't really need to engage with the new stuff. Like, sure, you could run an emblem, but, like, is an emblem better than what we're already doing? Because we already have, like, super cheap evolutions because of this Karakuru. Because we could, let's just say, move out this shoe, Digivolve into Shushu for 1, play out a token, then Digivolve for 3 into Karakuru. Karakuru then Digivolves into, like, Sendril. Sendril plays out 2 additional bodies, and then we alliance with Overclock. And then because we overclocked, we also get to play out an additional level 4. Bandai gave us use the Arisa and Mirai free play one of your... Oh. Bandai gave us a Orisa and Mirai free play in one level 4. I thought it's just the new one is just Mirai. Yeah, the new one is just Mirai. So like that's conflicting with the Orisas, and right now we're heavier on Orisas than Mirais. So like that's kind of where I'm saying, like, I think if we were to play the emblem, like the new emblem, or like if you're playing any emblem, you're going to want to focus a little bit more on one versus the other. But Empire, thank you for the $10 dono. Always appreciated. I think he wants Bandai to give us one that plays us both. See, that would be too good. Like, it would make too much sense, you know? Having a tamer that states puppet in its trait. Like, obviously, a Shushuman or something that allows us to play a tamer with puppet in its text would make a lot of sense. It really would. And I think, like, that's probably why they didn't do that, is so that way they force us into specific lanes. Yeah, what Valen said. Bandai definitely should give us a single tamer that plays out either, or single Digimon that plays out either tamer. I do agree with that. Because this is asking for Liberator trait. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this just plays out the shoe from our hand. I wish this played out the shoe from hand or trash. Then I would consider running it. But because it's just from hand, I don't think I need it. And the shoe just plays out a token. So it does create the extra body. So the shoe's at least, like, somewhat worth considering. It's just, I feel like my current lineup, or the current lineup, is a little bit better. Like, you can make the argument on cutting the pawn chests. But pawn chest is how you set up cards in your trash anyway. So I don't think that's correct. Oh, this only digivolves off of yellow? Oh, both of these only digivolve off of yellow. Okay. This specifically digivolves off of yellow or purple puppets. So that way they don't have this for this. Which I thought was really goofy. Yeah, so I think, like, outside of going into a specific lane, this is probably the best puppets this is going to get. Are we, like, in semi-agreeance on that? Let's go ahead and... Because, I mean, I could build a more lane-specific one. Like a lane-specific Sendril or Kaguya-focused puppets. Oh, oops. So if I were to build a Kaguya-specific one, just to kind of finish the thought experiment. So if I were to go Kaguya-specific, then I would get rid of this. I still need to keep the Namecha. I would play this. Then I would play 2 of the new one. We would replace these with probably this. Then, where's the emblem? Here's the emblem. So, probably replace this with this. And then we would want this in here. See, we still, like, unfortunately, because of this, we still want an Orisa. Ideally, we would still want, like, an Orisa. And this is still just the best Orisa. So maybe we could go down on one. And down on one here. Then this replaces the memory boost. This plays, like, the awkward thing is this plays out specifically a shoe. So, like, it still locks us into wanting to play our shoes. So maybe we don't run, no, we still have to run this. And we still have to run this. Like, God, that's the awkward part, is, like, even with a more Kaguya-specific build, there's still certain tools you're, like, locked into running because of just needing to put stuff into the trash. Yeah, so this would probably be, if you were a little bit more focused, in line with trying to set up the like double Kaguya. And as far as Sendril, you probably, like, that would probably be another really boring build because you probably don't need this Mirai. It's good while I don't, like, scramble in there because I never get to the recovery effect. It's still a good evolution reduction. Yeah, it's basically the equivalent of a Hammer Spark. That's all I see scrambles as, is basically Hammer Sparks. Like, you could probably go down a scramble and up, like, reflex training or something. Like, if you really wanted to. Like, it doesn't have to be 2 scrambles. Actually, like, maybe scramble for this isn't, like, super needed. Like, I think it's a good one of, just to be able to have a board. But I do probably value physical training a little bit more because the only time we're really reducing our cost is, like, on from 5 to 6 if we're not using this, or 3, or no, from 4 to 5. So maybe it still is worth running as a 2 of. I don't know. But yeah, like, I don't think the deck changes, like, super dramatically if you're going into, like, a more Kaguya focused build. I'm not going to save this one. And I'm probably not going to save the Sendril focused one either. Shoo. Shoo shoo. Where is... Oh, we need, there you are. Orisa Setter Shoe. And then, what is the other one that we would need? Like, all of these are just not super great. Will we still play the other one? I think we still would play, like, 2 of this. Because I don't think the security Digimon is, like, super needed. The security shoe. Security shoe's not, like, terrible. Don't get me wrong. But it's not really super great. And then our Sendrils, obviously, the 2 best ones. We replace this with the actual emblem. Where are you, emblem? And then we replace these. Options. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And then tamer. We'll go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Or no, would we want this Orisa or the other one? Well, I guess they both trigger on when digivolving, so it really doesn't matter. This one just comes with a body, which is fine. We don't need this then. We still would want this. And then we could probably squeeze in the shoe. On play, on delete, one of our puppets gains blocker. It's not like terrible. And then we would probably want this one. This could probably be, no. Actually, we probably don't even need this one, to be honest. And then one more level 4. Probably just another tamer setter or another one of this. By trashing a card in our hand, minus 4,000. Actually, how important is this? I mean, it's not like we got anything else going on with the level 4 slot, to be fair. Yeah, we really don't have a lot going on with the level 4 slot. Level 4 slot's like there's only one really good, clear, obvious pick. Because we're not like actively trying to trash cards in our hand. Oh, I need the other Chaperos. Where is... Here you are. So I'm 3 cards over right now. 8 tamers. I think this build might go down on a scramble. So now I'm 2 cards over. I could probably go maybe down a Shapiro, but Shapiro's pretty good. Maybe I do go down a shoe. And then probably down a Syndril. There we go. So that's like a more stereotypical, like Syndril focused build. Like not anything like super crazy. But I do think like looking at all of the different ways that you could just build puppets, like just puppet.generic good stuff is like the obvious clear pick. And probably not focusing on any of the emblems because you're not trying to warp into Neon boots and you have ways to be efficient. And you don't want to try to run like medium cards for your deck just to slow it down a little bit. Is probably just the better approach to puppets. Alright. I don't see any reason for puppets to play without Kaguya. 100%. People will play it without Kaguya because they don't have access to Kaguya, and that's the only reason why they won't play it without Kaguya. That's why I think, like, just for the sake of the thought experiment, I wanted to, like, see what each of the builds look like, and, like, when I was thinking about it, I'm just like, it just doesn't feel as clean as, like, puppets.good stuff. Ghosts. Alright, so what were we actually doing with ghosts before? That's what I was looking up. SOC. GHO. STKA. what does that spell? Well, it's, I mean, I'm not finishing the word, but it's supposed to spell Ghost-Keteers. I could probably just build a quicker ghost deck from scratch. Here we go. All right. We got ghosties. Ghosties with the mosties. So we run Phantom. We run Necro combo. We run... let's go level 3s. Let's just make our life easier and sort by levels. So 3 of you, 4 of you, 4 of you. Then we go to the level 4s. And then we got 2 promos. 4 of you. And then 3 of you. That's 9. So we're on 7. So we're on the 7 strat. No, we're on 8. What? 1 Reaper, 1, 2, 3 of you. If we're doing that, then I'm playing a Reaper, and then we got the 3 Doolahans. Then let's go with the options. This isn't running any of the options? Why? Is Emblem really that bad? No, Emblem's like a 2 of right now. 2 of Emblem. And then I guess I should have grabbed the Tamers while I had the ghost text. 1, 2. I'm not even going to entertain the fact that this card exists anymore. So 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. Is that kind of it for Tamers? And then the last 4 cards is trainings, right? Oh. So something along these lines. Oh, and then I need the Ghost Grabber Demimera. Because I don't think this... Oh, wait, that's the wrong card. Did we not get a new egg? No, we did. That's the BT23 egg. That's not good. All right. Don't forget calling. Oh, yeah, I ran out of space. I could probably drop a Warper and then calling. Yeah, we're on the 11975. And then we got our 8 Tamers. We got our Emblem and our trainings. Should I run 1 less training and 1 more Emblem? Or 2 Emblem is probably fine. All right, so I guess, like, what new tools did we get outside of, obviously, the new Mem Setter Violet that actually works with the deck properly? The old egg is the best one? Yeah, that's the one we're running. The Ghost Retriever. On delete, gain a memory. On delete, gain a memory. Retail, inherit. That's all fine. So what is the new... I guess, like, the big one is, what is this new Necro doing? And who does this new Necro replace? So it has piercing and it has execute. On play, when digivolving on delete, we get to delete one of the opponent's Digimon with the lowest level. Then we get to play a level 4 or lower ghost from our trash for free. On play, on delete, we get to play... So this plays out a level 5 when it gets played or deletes. It does not have piercing. All turns when another Digimon attacks by deleting this Digimon, which then plays the level 5. If this effect didn't end the attack. Versus this, where he deletes the lowest, and then on deletes, it plays out. Honestly... On deletes, one of your ghost traits can digivolve into a Digimon from our hand by reducing. Ugh, it's so tough. The new Necro is busted. Yeah, like, but I think, like, this is probably the weakest Necro, but, like, this is one of the only defenses that the deck has, which is kind of unfortunate. I think, like, this is definitely maybe the Tech 1 of Necro. And then I could see myself running two of each of the 12k Necros. Yeah, since your level 5's autoplay of 4, you can digivolve into the new one. And with Violet again, and the new one has piercing and execute into whatever you want. Yeah, and it also just deletes something. So maybe, but this has Security Tech Plus. I really like Security Tech Plus. Is there piercing anywhere else in the deck, or is it just on this guy and this guy? I think maybe we do just cut the old Necro for this one. I hate saying that, but I think it is just kind of true. Because at worst, we're still deleting a Digimon. And then we still get a level 4 when we delete, and then he digivolves it into a level 5. Yeah, so we do just... This is functionally just replacing the old one, because we're not trying to do any unsuspend shenanigans. Right? Delete the highest level. If it didn't delete, gets plus 5,000 DP. On play, yeah. But the double on play to play another level 5 is, like, really good. I don't think this one's that great. Yeah, BT20 is just for tech defense. The old one is the heavy hitter, and the new Necro is just a tempo tool. Yeah, like, I kind of just see myself running, like, a 2-2 split between them, and then, like, a one of the old Necro. Like, that's kind of where I see myself with it. What are the other new tools? So we got the new Violet. So the new Violet's definitely a mandatory card because, like, not this card. Because this card's doing fuck all. Like, literally, it does absolutely nothing. Like, this is a 3 Musketeer card. This is not a ghost card. And then we got a new Rookie. So, when moving and on play, one of your ghosts gain retail. Ooh, that's really good. This is cost reduction. This is giving us blocker, on play, and on delete. So, is the retail better than the blocker? That's the next question. Is retail better than blocker? I think it is. Just because we want constant access at retail? The new Violet is busted? Yeah. No, the new Violet's like a mandatory 3 of. Because you at least want to see this once per game, which is why the 3 of ratio fits. And she's the mem setter, so you don't want to go, like, overboard. But if you do, she still, like, gives you access to drawing cards. Which is insane. Yeah, so the new Violet's, like, by default a 3 of in the deck. because you're really just using this card for the potential rush. Because this lets you Digivolve. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the rush is still really good, but she just is a 3 of. Or do we reduce this one? What are we actually doing here? When one of our ghost Digimon attacks by suspending this tamer, draw a card, and then discard a card, and then if attacked by execute, we can Digivolve into a Digimon in our hand and have that Digivolution cost be reduced by 2. When one of our Digimon are deleted... Maybe she is a 2 of, but no, I think 3 is probably fine. I think Blocker is better than Retail, specifically because Blocker has the on delete, meaning you could trigger it twice. Oh, fair. Very fair. I actually can see the deck going 1 Retail, 2 Blocker, and then... No, I could see the deck going like 1 Retail, 2 Blocker, 4 Reduction, and then 4 Search. I think that's pretty okay. What are the level 4 ghosts? Yeah, because the big problem with this Violet is that... So, am I valuing Metal Fant too high because of the D-Digivolve? I think I might be. Like, honestly, I think I might be, and I think we need to go for Execute Fants because of the Violet where we could just Digivolve because we're executing. Analog Youth should be in the deck. Builds up the trash and searches. Yeah. I'm just running out of deck space. Like, where do I put Analog Youth? I mean, I guess technically I could cut down on the Wisdom training. And maybe I get rid of the Emblem. So cut down on Wisdom training to squeeze in like 2 analogs. Like, is that the actual game plan? Like, our option lineup feels really weak. I mean, it's always going to feel really weak. Who am I kidding? Because when we attack... So, our play line now changes to execute Phantom attacking with execute, and then we could reduce the Digivolution by 2 and then reduce the Digivolution by 3, so we could get into a Doulahan for what? 1 memory off of an attack with Metal Fant or attack with Phantomon. That's actually kind of nuts. Without much BT23 to play him, need the opponent's turn. I think you are indeed overvaluing Metal Fant. I probably am. It's just, he's the only way the deck has at Digivolving, but I think, like, you just have to take that, like, you just take that L. I think you're at the part where you just take that L. So cutting it is the right decision? Yeah. I think, like... Yeah, I think you're all right. Just cut the Metal Fant, take that L when it comes to, like, hey, I need to Digivolve your Digimon in order to, like, be able to do something. But, I think, like, maybe you're just going to try to, like, Turbo Doulahan and just beat the opponent up really badly. Yeah, so now you Now now the game plan primarily changes to Phantomon, Swing, Digivolve into Doulahan using Violet and Emblem. So that seems like that's the play line. And then Doulahan dies, and then we get to play whatever Necromon best fits the situation. Use this Violet to potentially give it Rush. If we're able to keep memory because of all of the memory gain inheritables. On top of the Analog Youth. Yeah, I think all of this looks like super reasonable. Technically, you could play Reaper, but it's just worse than Metal Fant. Yeah, like, you could play Reaper. Like, he's not terrible. He's just not my favorite. Like, if I was to play Reaper, it would probably be, like, over this Necromon. But this Necromon has Execute, and that's why we keep him in. Like, literally, this card says Execute, and that's why he's in the deck. Otherwise, like, if this card didn't say Execute, I 100% would get rid of him for Reapermon. I'm still not a fan of 3 Doulas, but I also, but I'm also in with the aggro of Necros, so I'm cutting the BT23. I could see going down like a Doulahan and going up on this one. Because unfortunately, like, this one, yeah, it does have piercing. But, like, I prefer the damage a little bit more consistently. And this card's, like, on delete is also asking for a lot of additional setup, where this one just plays out the level 5 and it's simple and easy. I like the 3 Doulahans just because Doulahan is, like, more so the goal. Like, Doulahan is the mega we're actually wanting to use more than the others, and the others are in there just to be cards to play off of Doulahan. That's kind of like the play line that I'm mentally, like, in. Where it's just like, yeah, ideally you do want to, like, Phantom, Swing, Doulahan, Warp. When any of your Digimon digivolve into a ghost by suspending this tamer, that Digimon gains Rush. So this Violet combos with this Necro. But this Necro combos with this Violet. Like, I don't know. There's just a lot of, like, moving parts and play lines that you can make here. No, the Digi one needs to be affected by the effect, or the Digi one needs to be affected by retail. I don't know if this is a dumb question, but can retail, I read those messages backwards. Can retail kill any Digimon unaffected by card effects? No. Because retail itself is a card effect. Whereas Iceclad is the rules of the game. Iceclad changes the rules of the game and how combat works to be source-based and not DP-based. Where retail just says, if I were to lose because this is my effect, I then delete the opponent's Digimon in response. Yeah, it's really goofy on, like, what abilities are, like, game level or rule level, in a sense. Like what abilities are rewriting mechanics of the rules of the game? There's not a whole lot of them that do that, but there are a couple. Retail, unfortunately, is not one of them. So I think this is a pretty okay ghost build. Like, what do you guys think in chat? Do you think this is a pretty reasonable ghost build? Like, obviously, without doing any initial testing, with the changes to the format and some other stuff, like with zero testing, this feels like a very reasonable build. And Ghost doesn't seem like too bad on the wallet outside of like Doulahan and Analog. Are those literally the most expensive cards probably in this deck outside of Wisdom Training? Which you could probably just cut for like a memory boost or some other option. Seems reasonable? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, Ghost doesn't have like that much craziness to it in terms of like all of the different tools that it has, unlike Puppets, but like there's still a lot of like micro details that could be refined. Export. Oh, image. Purple. All right, let's save this bad boy up and move on to the next deck, which is Vortex Warriors, I think was the voted on next one. It feels like an alright build, although I would prefer Bakimon with unevolved, delete and draw and discard. I don't hate that take. I don't. I'm just like trying to think of like pocket warp plays, but like, yeah, the Bakimon to draw a card and discard a card, not this one. This one. This one's still pretty good. By deleting one of your, so I would probably play it over this Bakimon, or yeah, when digivolving, yeah. So it's just the memory gain is like super important, and not all of the Bakemons have memory gain. Like that's kind of like the awkward trade-off is like so how much retail versus memory gain? So I don't know. It's like retail versus memory gain is the inheritable. Like I think the setup is fine, but I also feel like you could set like a lot of your cards just are set up friendly anyway. You would play it over the promo by trashing. See, but this also trashes a card in your hand. By trashing a card in your hand, you get to delete one of the opponent's low-level Digimon. So, what does this do? On delete. Okay, so this just does the same thing, but just gives retail. So this is just fundamentally worse than the Bakimon. Because we need to have enough memory gain. So by deleting one of your Digimon, deletes one of the opponent's level 4 or lower. Yeah, but now we're like super light on memory gain inheritable level 4s. And like that's kind of the issue. Because you need to be able to have enough potential to gain enough memory. So that makes it slightly more awkward at times. Like you could play around with it. I don't hate this card at all. I just find that sometimes you do need the consistency on gaining memory, and right now there's like only two Bakemons that give you memory, and unfortunately one of them is really bad. But that's the one you'd probably like hide in your raising area and just digivolve into and ignore its when digivolving effect, and you just care about its inheritable. And then the fact that this doesn't have an on play also kind of is like not super great, but like I don't think it matters too much. I like drawing more cards over deleting rookies. Um, I mean, drawing more cards is always good, yes. But like I said, I think like this card is the card that if you're forced to digivolve in raising, this is like the best one to do it with. Because then you're missing out on absolutely zero while still gaining the upside of the inheritable. And this card's mainly played because of the inheritable. That's its true role and purpose. So like you could probably like this is probably okay, or like the way I had it before without the card draw. You could run 3 of this and then 2 of this. But yeah, like the card draw probably is important enough. It's just the inheritable being retail is slightly unfortunate because then you don't have enough memory gain. So like that's the dichotomy that you're taking creative liberties with. But I don't think like there's a wrong answer because there's just so few tools with the level 4 slot specifically that like you just run whatever you feel like. All right. Now we get to play with some birds. Birds. This is dark animal, avian, bird, beast. You could play Marukimon and Shoto. Now I need to it's funny that Doulahan is the least powerful level 7 Liberator, but Ghosts want to use it more than the other Liberators, with the exception of Rocks. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if Doulahan's the worst. Like, Doulahan dies, kills like 2 or 3 things, and spits out a level 6 that then is going to kill another Digimon. Like, Doulahan definitely is more in the control category because he'll come in, delete a Digimon, swing, attack over a Digimon, kill himself at the same time, play a level 6, level 6 kills another Digimon. So that's 3 Digimon deletions. 1 by battle, 2 by effects, bare minimum. He seems like a really good control card. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, birds. Bird, bird, bird. Bird's the word. Bird, bird, bird. There we go. Let's go here. There we are. Then we go. It's a shame that Birds is going to be like so inaccessible because of how expensive the deck is going to end up being. It's my only issue with it. So obviously we're going to be running probably 2 to 3 vortexes. That's like the biggest no-brainer, and then I guess I'll just fill out the rest of the deck. So 4 of you, 3, not this Grand Gale, this Grand Gale, 3 of you, Then we go 3 Kakatoris. Actually, can I just type in Gale? Yeah, let's just type in Gale. Let's make our life a little bit easier. Probably 1 Warper? Or do we just go 2 and 2 at this point? Then which one's playing out our Shoto? This one... I think we play 4 of this one. And then... This is the Shoto player. So we're at 9. So we're at 8, 9. Then we need the bird level 3s. So do we even play this Muchomon? On play, suspend a level 6 or lower Digimon. If this is effect suspended, your Digimon reveal the top 3 of our deck. Add a Shoto, Avian, Bird, and Vortex Warrior. Not terrible. Then we do 4 of... What is it? This one? 4 of this one. And then what's the other one we run? 3 of this one. And then what? 2 pals? Because memory is important and green is medium at memory management. And we suspend a lot of things, so PAL is still probably really good. Coco for the egg. Cocomon. Cocomon. There we go. We play the good Coco. Then we need our Zephikas. So Vortex. So we were running what? 3 Medievals, 3 Zephika Aces. One of you, and then 3 medieval. Or where's Zephika Ace? Where's the ace? I'm blind. No, it's right here. Oh wait. No, I am blind. All right, I'll make my life easier. There we go. 3 of you. And then we go Shoto. Shoto. Hello, Shoto. And then our delay options. So we go 4, 2 memory boosts. Technically we could run 1 scramble. So drop 1 of you and then run 1 scramble. Scramble, scramble. All right. Are the options technically Liberator traded cards? I don't remember. Liberator. They are. Okay. All right. Let's catch up on reading chat. Time for birds. I have absolutely no idea how Vortex Warriors functions. You cannot help. That's fine, Empire. I barely know what I'm doing with birds. It's probably searching with extra steps, so probably. I think you're running the starter deck level 6. Yeah, so obviously there's going to be some stuff that's going to end up changing. Um, uh, Burr. Because is this a bird or is this an avian? This is bird dragon, bird dragon. That says avian, so this is bird dragon. This is also giant bird, so okay, we're good. And then this is Vortex Warrior and Bird Dragon. Okay. Okay, now the fun part. So let's understand what we're currently doing. So this is Digivolution cost reduction. This is Searcher. This is Searcher. This is Memory Gain. Even though it has nothing to do with the deck, Memory Gain is good. Also, reducing our Digivolution cost is insane. Kakatoriman suspends one of our Digimon. If this effect suspended one of our Digimon, if any of them are Vortex Warriors and its traits unsuspend, and then if this effect unsuspended, then this Digimon can attack. So that's really good. Like, it's good when we are able to just like hard slam it and then unsuspend something and suspend it and then get our big thing to attack again. Then we have, this is the Tamer Setter, and this is helping us with our Digivolutions. Then we have EX7, which is the protection, which may not be relevant anymore. But this doesn't have Vortex, and this does, so that's still kind of relevant. The Grangale, this is the Warper, so we're just using this to literally warp, and then this helps us spam the field. Yeah, because we get a suspended Digimon and play a 3000 DP or less green avian or bird Digimon and traits from our hand. And then for each suspended Digimon, add 1000 DP, so we could use this to potentially set up a Kakatori. So it's going into a little bit of the go wide strat, so maybe we sacrifice this one for this one, because this just, when Digivolves, allows us to continue going wide. I don't think we need to do that. What's the inheritable? When this Digimon attacks an opponent's Digimon, this Digimon can unsuspend. This is the same inheritable. So, like, we could swap off of protection because of the fact that Vortex has insane protection. So, like, we could swap off of protection and go a little bit more field spammy. I don't think we need to. Hey, what's up? PJ. I'm just gonna shorten it to PJ. I'm trying not to butcher your name, but my brain isn't piecing together how that word says. So yeah, I'm just piecing together what this deck is supposedly doing. And then this has Vortex and Fortitude. On play, when Digivolving, when attacking, we get to suspend something, and then this Digimon gets plus 3000. So he's hitting way above his weight class. Then we got Protection 1 that also gains DP. What's the ability on him more specifically? So suspend one Digimon and then unsuspend one Digimon. So this allows us to potentially multi-attack. So attack with Beat Stick and then Digivolve into this and unsuspend. Not terrible. When a Digimon unsuspends, it becomes unaffected by the opponent's Digimon effects and gets plus 3000. So this does carry over. Yeah, for the turn. Okay. This is just removal. Suspend one Digimon. If in effect suspended, one of your Digimon return one of the opponent's Digimon to the bottom of the deck. We don't particularly care about that now because we could just beat over it. This does have security attack +1, which is still somewhat valuable. But obviously it's not going to be as good as Medieval Gallantmon. And if we are looking for bottom decking, we also have Zephica. Zephica Ace, specifically. All turns when Digimon suspends, this Digimon can unsuspend. So yeah, it's kind of just covering this role just without protection. So toolboxing the level 6s outside of Medieval and Zephica Ace. Then we got Vortex Dramon, so piercing, blocking, force fight, and then just make himself immune and big. Till the end of the opponent's turn. God, that's so mean. That's so brutal. Still don't get how people recommend Vortex Warriors to new players, with the logic of it helps them understand attack and effect sequencing. Oh, you're a fan of my vids? Makes your work hours fly by? Yeah, I'm happy that my videos are helpful and informative and enjoyable. I try my best. My roommate can contest to that. I probably put way too much time and effort into this for the output that I actually have. But I do it for the love. So I guess we look at the new tools. So we still probably run this Shoto. We just complement him with this Shoto. But this is still just the best one. I think we just run. God, English. Speak. Speak out the English. I think we could probably go down on this scale. When wins a battle, unsuspends. Yeah. I think we do just go down on the protection now. Like, if we're going, like, more conventional ratios, we just don't need them as much. Because is this still just the best thing that we can do? Yeah, because we still have our Grand Gales that we're warping from. Maybe the Warper is the one of. Like, is that crazy to think that the Warper is the one of? Because this is still just arguably the best one, right? It's just the Warper works a little bit better with this one.
Later?
What, make it later?
I just gotta go buy some onions. But yeah. Onions and I think a carrot.
Sure. Oh, I'm also potentially gonna be buying a treadmill on Facebook.
Fun.
Fun?
Follow-up question, will it fit your car?
That's a question that I have a maybe for. If I put the seats down from my back, it might be able to fit in between like my trunk and then my back seat.
How big's the treadmill?
Fuck if I know.
Gotcha.
It's a really cheap treadmill. So I'm not spending like a fortune on it, but I figured like, hey, if I could get something for cheap, that would be okay.
As long as it's not the hugest thing in the world, that's fine.
It's bigger than the house. I have to preface that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how to fold it into my car.
Just make sure, you gotta make sure it will fit in the basement, so you might want to do some measurements. Because if it doesn't come apart, you gotta make sure it gets down that stairwell and turns.
If it could fit in my car, it could probably fit downstairs.
Just giving you that preface.
Yeah, it's like 6 feet by 6 feet by 6 feet. It's not a treadmill, it's actually just a cube. But where was I? Yeah, figuring out new shit. So our ratios are already really kind of tight. So the emblem probably replaces memory boost. What other new tools does he have? Heavy metal is super beginner unfriendly. Oh, yes. 100%. As far as Vortex being friendly for new players, it's not like it's the most complicated deck in the world. It's just a little awkward. I think, like, what would the easiest Liberator deck be to play? I don't even know. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, when the starter deck comes out for Vortex, was all at the end of the turn make an attack into a suspended Digimon. Yeah, that's why Vortex I don't think was like super complex. It's just unfortunately because it's a protagonist deck, it has protagonist syndrome, which means it has a lot of high rarity cards and promos. So the deck slowly became less and less accessible because of the promos being more and more needed. Invisi. You're probably right. Invisi probably is the easiest Liberator deck to play. I would agree with that. The hardest thing you have to know is when you deal damage with Invisi, he de-digivolves himself and hides in security. That's like the most complicated thing that you have to understand with Invisi. Outside of that, it's just like basic resource management. So what is the new Gale doing? So you get a suspended Digimon, and then all turns when your Digimon suspends if you have one or fewer tamers. Oh, so this is a new tamer setter. So we definitely play that over the old tamer setter. What does this one do? When moving on play, you get to suspend one Digimon. If this effect suspended your Digimon, one of your Digimon with Bird Beast, Avian in its traits, or Vortex Warriors gains plus 3,000 DP. Is this needed? So this is just further DP boosting? Oh, you could suspend the opponent's Digimon with it. Ooh. If this effect suspended your Digimon, then you get to gain the DP. So is suspending our Digimon better than what we have going on right now? I don't think it is. Like, you can make the argument to, like, just take out Palmon for it just because, but I don't think it is. Yeah, so what else were we doing? This is suspending at the end of our turn? Yeah, because this could play Muchomon, right? Yeah. I should point out the new Taro's Inherent is technically better. Yeah, because I know it's working with Vortex more specifically. Because this is whenever it wins a battle versus deleting an opponent's Digimon by battle. But I think we just need the cost reduction to make Digivolving that much easier. I think that's still just more valuable of a base effect. Like, because the first part, suspending... Like, we have so many effects that want to suspend our own Digimon down that, like, I don't think we need to do it this early for, like, the marginalist of DP boosts. Because, like, this is already going to be super bajungusly huge. Because it's when Digivolving when attacking is not limited to once per turn. Which is crazy. Yeah, and this just suspends something, so this is basically garbage at this point. This is basically garbage at this point, because a lot of our good stuff comes with piercing. I guess where's the new Zephyga? There's the new Zeph. Piercing, Vortex Blocker when Digivolving, unsuspend one Digimon, then we suspend one Digimon. When any of your Digimon suspends, we get to play out a green Avian Bird traded Digimon from our hand for each. Okay, so this is just more Swarm Strat. I don't think we need this card. I don't think he's good. Like, I'm not super firm believer of the Swarm Strat for this deck. I think there is a particular build that can make it work. I think the base on average probably just does not want to do that. Because you do have this that could help with the Swarm Strat, and like you have other cute tools that could help with Swarm. But I don't think the deck really is a Swarm deck. It's like why you wouldn't play Daramon is because, like, yeah, it's okay, but I think there's just better cards. Because, like, are you really going to be playing, like, Fluffymon as your tamer? Like, when you could just draw cards and the deck has consistency issues? Probably not. Yeah, and I think, like, this being able to play Muchamon also just makes this Muchamon a little bit better because now we have 6 total searchers. It's just, I want to try to play more of the Shoto Tamers, but I don't exactly know where the space for it is. It's all 3-cost evolutions, but isn't doing anything other than the others level 6s can't. Exactly. Like, the other level 6s are just better. Like, you could argue to cut down on this. Like, the only other upside is the stats, because this is basically just a power crept stat version of this. Because if you look at, like, most cards with a 3-cost Evo, they always have 11 DP. And this is, like, this and a lot of the EX12 cards are the first time we've seen this Evo with this DP. Because otherwise they've always been statted like this with the block where you could evolve it for 3 with specific conditions. Which are generally not hard, but... So, I don't know if this is even needed anymore. So, would I rather have further protections in case I can't Vortex over being able to just play out another body? So, again, the body that this is going to want to play out is most likely the Kakatorimon, because this would allow us to unsuspend. But we should already be unsuspended is the thing. Because we... So, I guess if that's the case, if we're trying to line up playing Kakatori for free off of... this Grand Gale, maybe... No, it's still a little on the awkward side. Because, like, maybe we do just cut the Zephica protection. And then we just go either this Zeph or this Zeph. And I'm only running the Ace as a 2-of because I do find Aces to be, like, a big liability, personally. So I'm not, like, super comfortable or confident in it, which is why I still think, like, this is still good, because I could have the protections and then ace bait them and then still be okay, and then go into Vortex after. I guess, like, my big thing is Tamer lineup. Like, this feels incredibly light on Tamers, for Tamers being super important for how... the emblem works. So I would want to try to find a way to add more Tamers in, but unfortunately, like, the level 6 slot is, like, eating up at the Tamer slot. So what are our other Shotos doing? I guess that's the next big question. Because I know this Shoto is actually a pretty decent one. By returning, so like at the end of our turn, just being able to suspend one of the opponent's Digimon is pretty nice. I guess like what's the easiest one to suspend? I think like this one's the easiest to suspend though. Because when one of our Digimon digivolves, then we get to suspend them to gain a memory. So like this is probably just the easiest tamer to use with the emblem. What are the other Shotos? So during the opponent's turn, when our Digimon attacks an opponent by suspending this tamer, you could change the attack target to a player. So this basically doesn't really work with the emblem because, I mean, it kind of does. Because we could, like, digivolve into this or digivolve into this and then do stuff. I don't know. And then this works at the end of our turn, which means we're forced to Vortex, which isn't terrible. What does this one do? At the end of our turn by suspending this, gains piercing and blocker. I guess this becomes a little bit less relevant, right? Because a lot of our Digimon are already going to have, like... I guess they might not have piercing, but if we're going into Vortex, it definitely will have piercing. So maybe we do go down on this Shoto specifically to run more of the promo Shoto. And then... I want to run more of this. This card's so good. Because all turns, when any Digimon suspends, like, this is the key card that's getting us to do what we want. It's just, where's the cut? And I know, obviously, the level 7 slot's, like, pretty huge. Or not, the level 6 slot is where deck space is definitely being eaten up. Honestly, is it bad for me to think, like, why am I wasting time with Zephica when I could just play Medieval? Like, is that really bad of me to think? Like, just run Medieval and just run, like, Zephica Ace or something? Like, is that a terrible line of thought? Because, like, I'm looking at these cards and they're okay. They're not, like, terrible. But, like, I want to try to streamline the deck. No. Just run Medieval. Because, like, we're just trying to go into Vortex anyway. So, like, maybe the actual answer is just run 4 of this. And then 4 of that, 2 of the Ace. And then just try to, like, sit on a single Vortex and just rock it. Because I understand what the Swarm Strat is trying to do. It's just, Shoto has too many level 7s, or level 6s, compared to a lot of the others. He just has too many. So it's just like, what are we actually doing here with this slot? And I think, like, because of the Grand Gale Warp, and because, like, we have the flexibility to just hard drop this because it reduces play cost. Same thing with this. Like, maybe we just double down on Medieval Gallantmon and Zephica Ace. Because we're just going to try to use Vortex at the end of the day. And if none of our level 6s are getting us any inheritables, then does that actually matter? The answer is probably no. Because... yeah, because we got starter deck Zeph, we got new Zeph. So there's 3 Zephs, and then there's the... yeah, so there's 3 Zephs, a Zeph Ace, and a Medieval. And I think, like, Medieval being a Floodgate is just still absolutely insane. I think this is better. Like, I legitimately think this is just better. So, but honestly, like, with the new tools, this is kind of where I'm leaning with the deck. Because, like, this Shoto gets less value because our big boy already has piercing and blocker. So, like, he just matters less. He cares about the unsuspend. So we make the vortex attack, and then we get to unsuspend it. Like, that's all he really cares about. So I think, like, oh, why am I running 2 of this? So we go 2 of this. There we go. That's better. Because this allows us to just digivolve and then gain 1 memory and then use the emblem. And then this allows us to swing or digivolve, suspend our guy, and then use the emblem. So, like, these 2 are the easier ones to use. So we're 1 tamer underneath, like, the average deck, which I think is fine. Yeah, Medieval's just too insane of a card for me not to want to run 4 of. Like, the only odd card out is Palmon, and that's about it. But I'm not going to run an option over Palmon. Like, I'm not going to be running Tropic Venom over Palmon. I'd rather just run the Palmon. Because all of these still just normal Digivolve, so it's not like it really matters that much. It's just Palmon's the only unsearchable card outside of agility training, which is fine. So I think this is probably okay for Zephica. Also, the deck can trigger Palmon multiple times. Yeah. Because this is not a once per turn, which is goofy as all heck. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Boop. Alright. So we got 4 Liberator decks down. Alright, any suggestions on which one to do next? You've got mail. I think I know what I want to do next, though. Oh, where is it? That's not it. That's a weird one. Because I'm thinking about doing fishes next. Because fishes be fun. There was a particular list that I saw that was kind of interesting. I think it was like a one of, so maybe... No, it was not this. No, not that. God, where did I see it? Bum, bum, bum. Imperial, Maruki, Neptune, Digipolice. Where the heck did I see it? Whatever. I'll probably just be able to do it from scratch. Aqua. Either the simplest in Invisimon or the hottest in heavy metal. I'll do Yao first, and then I'll do one of those two. So I guess just to make my life easy, because there's like a lot of tools here. Because she's got a lot. Not everything is obviously going to be used, but... yeah, there's just so many tools. Holy crap. Like, I could probably load up... I need the Neptunes. All right. Actually, let me... where is Digimon? Render? No. I need desktop. DGO. DGO. Assets. Decks. Where is... I have way too many decks. Holy crap. Venus Imperial, True Hoodie, Puppets, Rocks, Old School, Doorbrick, Aegis Bees, Deus, Dio, Gaia, Medusa, Millie. Does it not have a name? Did I leave it unnamed? All right, I gotta load up the app. Oh, I don't have Ariel anymore in here. Where'd it go? All right. I don't have my Ariel list anymore. I thought I had it. Sad pandas. What? Oh, that's All Force. No, we don't care about All Force. Actually, hold on. Before I get into this, let's just get Ice and Snow out of the way, because that one's going to be, like, butt easy, because there's, like, no tools. Alright. So, ice and snow. We obviously got to play the Gatsu. Then we go double Friggy. Gatsu, Friggy, Friggy. Then we go Penguin, Penguin. And this isn't a Liberator, but it is ice and snow. Oh, that's Pile. We need this. I hate the fact that it searches for the Hexablow stuff. It just makes it, like, significantly less good as a searcher. Because this penguin searches specifically for the cards we want. This one reduces Digivolution cost. Do we forget about this and we just play Goma instead? Probably. Not searchable, but probably just better. Oh, we could play the TS Goma. But no, I think we just play Goma. Oops. Goma for the memory. Alright, since there's like literally nothing to this deck, it's going to be like super easy to make. So our level 5s, we go both Scotties. Because this gives security attack plus and piercing, which is the same as this, so this is no longer needed. Yeah, this also gives security attack plus and piercing. So which of these two are better? So the EX11, trash any 2 Digivolution source from the opponent. With no Digivolution source, it can't suspend or activate when Digis. Trash any 2, then we get to place 1 Digimon with no to the top or bottom of their security. Alright, we're playing the no Digis. Suzune, so we have 2 of them. So on play for each Ice and Snow traded Digimon, trash any 1 Digivolution source. All turns when an effect is trashed. Oh, this is basically just Joe on steroids. Okay. What does this one do? All turns when your Digimon with Ice and Show in its trait by suspending this tamer. Yeah, so they're both pretty easy to use. And then, yeah, Friggy. This trashes any 2, gains the memory. This lets us do the Suzune setup. And then this is just the Digivolution protection and more inheritables, which is good. So now the awkward part is the level 6s. Because we got Scotty. We got Scotty. It's funny. This is not an Ice and Snow. But it's got Ice Clad. So we got Scotty, Scotty, and Hexablow. So these are our big ones. So Hexablow is obviously cracked. So Iceclad Barrier on play. We get to play a Suzune or a level 4 or lower Ice or Snow traded Digimon from our hand for free. When any of our Digimon are played or Digivolve, trash any 3 Digivolution sources off of the opponent's Digimon. Then one of their Digimon with no Digivolution sources can't suspend. This kind of feels very mediocre. Like, I'm not going to lie. We get to play a level 4 or lower Ice or Snow traded Digimon from our hands. And for each of the opponent's Digimon with no Digivolution source, add 1 to the max level. I still think this is, like, arguably the best card. Then we get to go with the delay cards. Because delays are insane. We have this. So that's probably a 2 of. Then we go 4 of the good card. This just stuns, right? This is jamming and stun. I'm 1 card over already. Ice. How do I spell that, baby? Baby, what's your name? H-I-Y. H-I-Y. There we go. So we have a new one. While your opponent has no Digimon with Digivolution Source, it can also attack the opponent's unsuspended Digimon. Is that better than just drawing a card? I have no idea. I think drawing a card is still just better. So this is basically the majority of Ice and Snow, and I'm still like 1 card off. Remember the last stream you used it because you can try to wait. Can you remember the last stream you used it because you can try getting it from that? Probably. It's probably not a hard deck to build from scratch again. Just like this. Like, actually, it probably is a lot harder because there's a lot of aqua and aquatic cards. But I could find a build in a second. I just wanted to get this out because this is probably just a really easy deck to make. I need to get rid of 1 card, so probably this. So this feels like it's the way the deck wants to go. I don't know if I want more Suzune's. Because, like, this helps with the consistency. Then we have this to be able to play it out. And then we technically also have this to be able to play it out. But we're not going to be doing that. Or we could just hard drop 1. Like, we could just hard play it. And it's basically the same cost as Evoing. It's not what we want. Obviously, we want free, but take what we can get. This card's just insane. Yeah, this has the on play for each. During all turns, when an effect trashes a card from the opponent's Digimon by suspending this tamer, gain 1 memory. So she effectively makes herself a 3 cost. So we probably would want 4 and 2, but ideally I would want an additional 1. I just don't know what to cut. Maybe it is high speed plugin. Maybe I'm just like 2 cope on it being good, and it's easier just to cut it. And then maybe I could run like an extra ace or something. I could technically run an extra level 6 or level 5. I could run an extra level 7, level 6, or level 5. I think maybe an extra paladin mode just because I can't really search them out. Same thing with the Goma. Yeah, because we're like not running any of the other Pyldramon line or the Hexablaumon line. So I don't feel like I need the Searcher. I would rather just have the Tempo. You could run Kabuband or Omni X. That's also very true. Like, level 7 filler is level 7 filler. I just like this for trash hate. Because unfortunately, like, we're not a big Unga Bunga deck. We can't really, like, deal a lot of damage. So we're trying to be, like, more counter meta type stuff. And I think Imperial is a little bit more counter meta. So that's kind of where my thought process is. But yeah, Ice and Snow has like almost no tools. So there's like not really much build variance in it. It's like you could probably play around with the level 6s. Obviously you have the filler 7. You could even get rid of the filler 7, try to flesh something else out. Probably like a Davis would be good. So instead of like a Suzune, like a Davis would probably be fine. Davis would be hilarious because I could crap the Pyiltron. But you could run like Matt or something. Like BT1 Matt. Not good, but you could run it. Yeah, like there's just not a whole lot that this deck is going to be doing, which is why it's one of the worst Liberator decks. I don't think it's like awful, but it definitely doesn't seem like good. I think the best thing it's got going for it is Hexablow, and that's kind of what you have to double down on. And then the Scottymons are just here because Scottymon. You could probably play the hybrid stuff. For some reason, it's Ice and Snow trait. The problem is with the hybrid stuff is it's kind of wants to do its own thing. Because like it's just a little bit more, it's just a little bit cumbersome. It is possible, yes, where you could run the old Tommy and then you could splash in like Kuma and Korikaku, but I feel like what Friggy and Friggy is doing is just more necessary. But yeah, you look at the Ice and Snow stuff and there's like not a lot of possibilities here. Because technically, I would have less things if I just type in Snow. That's about the same. So we're good on this. Export. And then we can move on to fishes. Where is Discord? And downloads. No, I just need you. Thank you. All right. All right. Aqua. Oops. Aqua. Aqua, aqua. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so let's start off with the tamers because Yao is the only one. So this base build uses 2 of this, 2 of 3 of this, and then 2 of this. And then 3 emblems, 3 shell setters. When it comes to Yao stuff specifically. Oh, and then 3 of you and 2 of you. Aqua. All right. Then what else do we got going on? I'll just throw in Neptune because Neptune's insane. So we need 1, 2, 3 of you, 4 of the Searcher. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the Searcher, and then where's Evo Reduction? There you are. For Evo Reduction, then the good Marine Bull, and our ever so favorite Hong Kun. Then we have so what are we currently at? So we need to flesh out the level 4s. So where's the other Shellmon? So we need this Shellmon. Is this a good Shellmon? By placing a level 5 or lower from our hand to the bottom, we get to draw 1. Not in particularly. Is this it? No. We need this one. Because this is the good one. So are we playing this out by card effects? That's the big question. So end of attack, we get to play a level 4. So that's what we're doing with that. So end of attack, we play it out. And that's what this is doing as well. End of attack, play it out. So yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good synergy there. Then what else are we doing? What is our best egg? So they're using... It's what? Puyo? Puyo. So they're using this. When it affects places to the bottom, we get to draw 1. That's not bad. Honestly, that's not bad. I don't remember if it's doing... if this is better than Bukamon or not. So I'll just tentatively put Buko as the 5th egg. And then we need the... mental? Yeah, mental. All right, so we have the majority of the base here. So we could probably start figuring out what some of the new tech is doing. So new tech is EX cards. So we have this Yao, which by placing a level 5 or lower Aqua or Sea animal and traits from our hand to the bottom of any of our Digimon with Aqua or Sea animal, we get a gain of memory. Ooh, that's pretty good. And then when your Digimon are played or Digivolved, if any of them are Aqua or Sea animal, by suspending this tamer, we get to draw 1 card. If played by Decode, then one of the opponent's Digimon can't suspend. That's pretty powerful. So this is the initial goal of this card is filling up our sources. So what's doing the same thing, just worse. So this is the mem setter. So this is setting up by returning this tamer. When an effect adds to our Digimon's Digivolution source, suspend and draw 1. And then what is the promo doing? When an effect adds cards underneath, we get to suspend 1 and then reduce the cost of the Digivolution. They're all kind of just doing the same thing, like, to be honest. So this card seems really good. It's triggering at the start of our main phase. It's not gaining us any additional memory, right? It's just drawing us cards. Do we even run it? It feels good. Like, the only one I would replace is, like, this one for it, and I think this is fine. Evade and Decode. On play when Digivolving, when attacking by placing 1 Digimon with Aqua animals traits from our hand to the bottom of this Digimon's Digivolution source. One of your Digimon unsuspends. Ooh. When this card adds a Digimon to its Digivolution source, return one of the opponent's Digimon with as many or fewer cards as this Digimon to the bottom of the deck. That seems really good. So we're definitely going to want to add this Ryugu. Because, like, this card's also just straight up insane. Return all of the opponent's Digimon with the fewest Digivolution sources to the bottom. Okay. When any of your Digimon would leave the battle area. Yeah, so we try to set Neptune up so that way it protects Ariel. This allows us to unsuspend, which is really strong. We could eat sources and play sources. Source we're most likely going to be playing a lot is Jukwai, because drawing card gaining a memory is insane. By placing from our hand on play, we get to play a Digimon with Aqua from our hand to the bottom Digivolution source. That's just okay. It's not like amazing, but it's not terrible. I think the more important part is the fact that it has Decode. Time to rebuild's everyone's favorite snail mermaid. So what are the other Ryugus doing? So Decode for blue level 5s. When Digivolving, we're going to play a blue level 4 from our Digimon's Digivolution source. So we play out a blue Digimon, and then by returning one of our Digimon to the bottom of the deck, we get to return the opponent's Digimon whose level is as high or lower. So this is kind of basic, not super great. So we play out the 4, and then remove itself to remove a 6, and then decode out the 5. That's kind of like the initial game plan. This has the more specific decode. On play, by placing a level 5 or lower Digimon with sea animal in its traits from our hands to the bottom, one of our opponent's Digimon or Tamers can't suspend. So this stun locks them. And when an effect adds a Digimon's Digivolution source, return one of the opponent's level. So this is hitting below its weight class. So I do think like this Ryugu is like very easily by far the best of them. Because this also just enhances the OTK strategy from what I'm reading. Because this allows us to unsuspend. So when an effect adds to this Digimon's Digivolution source, return one with as many or fewer Digivolution cards as this to the bottom. Yeah, this is just better removal and unsuspend. And it has evade. Yeah, no, this card's just like the complete package. So maybe we go 2 on Neptune and then 3 on Ryugu. What, this Ryugu can give us inheritance? Yeah, but like everything in the deck gives us inheritance. Like it's just stunning a Digimon and hitting below its weight class. The most important thing about this is stunning, but like if they have attack redirection, then we're still kind of just screwed. Yeah, this Ryugu is just way better because we could potentially do an additional damage because we could swing with like Marine Bull and then Digivolve into Ryugu, unsuspend, and then Digivolve into Aerial, and then be able to get more attacks in. Because we get to play a 3, a 4, and a 5 from our Digimon's Digivolution source, and then by placing one of our Digimon to the bottom, then we get to return one of theirs to the bottom and unsuspend this Digimon. Yeah, Ariel's like really good. I like her a lot. And she's got decode for aquatics, which could also work with Neptune, which is why I think like Neptune is arguably better than the other Ryugus. Because Neptune's just an annoying card. Like he's just hard for the opponent to deal with. So what's our curve currently? We need to flesh out the 4s. So we need to look at aquatic 4s. So a lot of people run Lanamon. So do we still just run Lanamon? Or is the new Lanamon better than the old one? Because this gives us decode for the other one, which we're not running. By placing a blue Time Stranger. Oh, this is Time Stranger specific? Okay, never mind. I think we just continue running the old Lana. Yeah, so we have to have this to set up our Tamer. We have the Lana. This is just draw power. Yeah, on play when digivolving. It's just more draw power. Shove something underneath and draw. That has jamming. This is draw. I think we kind of just need the jamming, though. Like, consistency on the jamming. I think, like, was I running... I'm trying to remember if I was running Metal Seadramon in my 5 slot over something like Hankun. We get to play a level 3 from our Digivolutions. I think maybe I was. So maybe instead of Hankun, I was running Metal Seadramon. Yeah, this card. I think I was. Technically, there's Sharkmon. But Sharkmon... No, we could run Sharkmon because We could Digivolve for 3 normally, and then we get a de-Digivolve one of the opponents, and then he has an on delete. We get a reveal. He's asking for Time Stranger specific, though, and then trashing the rest. I think it's still just for the safety's sake, just running Metal Seedramon. Metal Seedramon also could help, like, pump out and deal a lot of damage. So that's pretty good. So I would want to maybe... aquatic. Yeah, Metal Seedramon just seems like it makes sense. Sorry, just trying to check Facebook messages for the one guy. This feels basically like as close to what I remember as possible. With just a couple of new tools to spice things up. Oh, we got a new rookie. So if we have 7 or fewer cards in our hand, we get to draw 1. That's really good. This is cost reduction. This is just giving us blocker, so we could probably get rid of this for this. And then we have consistency on that. I think the only thing we don't have consistency on is jamming. Because we're only having jamming off here, so maybe we just keep one of the blocker. The block tech. That's this, right? By placing this Digimon to the bottom Digivolution source of our other Digimon, until the end of the opponent's turn, that Digimon gains blocker and can't be deleted in battle. I want to go 2 and 2, to be honest. So I would want to remove 1 card somewhere. Do I just remove, like, 1 aerial? Or is it going to be a tamer or an option? Because now we're at the hard part of what's the card 1 card cut. I think maybe it is a tamer. I just don't know which one. Like, the tamer lineup seems okay. Because let's see, are these the only new tools that the deck got? Is just those 3 cards? Probably one of the 7s, since your 6s are pretty resilient. I don't tend to disagree with that. And then I do have, like, technically a little bit of additional draw power here. So it's not unreasonable. It really isn't. Just to have a good curve for the most part. Now the big question is, do I run this card? If so, where? So at the start, so this helps us gain a memory at the start of our main phase, disproportionate of what the opponent is doing. So is that better than just the promo strictly? The promo basically saves us 2 memory. But this card draws us cards. Is it this one? Is it honestly this one? When an effect adds I think it is just this one, the BT22 one. I think we do just have to cut that for this, because this gains us memory and draws us cards, and the other one pretty much doesn't. The other one just draws us cards, so I think we do have to cut it for this Yao. I think that is the play. Thinking about it now, that probably is the play. See, like, and it's, you could see through all of these deck building, like, that I'm doing, that there just fundamentally is no room for removal options in decks these days, which is why they had to do the whole dual, like, card thing. So it makes sense on why they decided to do it. Because otherwise, I would have zero room to play any removal options to be able to try to do things. And I can still use the Digimon as Digimon. That was a hard choice. It kind of was. Because, like, the other Yao could just, like, replay something. But, like, I'm just trying to be big, dumb OTK deck for the most part. I don't remember if there was anything else I was doing in here. Like, maybe I was using Rush instead of this card. Maybe. I don't remember. But I could keep this in for right now because this synergizes a little bit better with this Yao. Because this is the primary card I'm going to be playing out and sticking in. So, kind of have to keep that. What do you mean? I play Ragnarok Cannon and Galacti. Well, that's because your deck is, like, centered around a removal option, where most decks that aren't centered around removal options just fundamentally do not have the space to run it. So, I think this is okay on fishes, because what's the big play line? So, I Digivolve into probably, like, this Shellmon. Stick a Metal Seed. No, I'm sticking. So, hold on. One of my Digimon unsuspends when attacking. If I have one or more memory, one of the opponent's Digimon can't suspend. So, I'm adding this to my inheritables unless I'm, like, multi-attacking. So, like, unless I literally have jamming as an inheritable, which there's only one rookie with jamming. So unless I have jamming as the inheritable, I'm most likely not attacking with my level 4s. Yeah, so that makes sense on these then. This is a card I'm also thinking about just sticking underneath our Digimon. I could technically stick a level 6 for Ariel. Or Airy. So, how many attacks am I getting now? So, I have... let's just say best case scenario, we'll do perfect lines. So, we have jamming underneath our Shellmon. So, our Shellmon will swing, deal 1 check, tuck the Marine Bull underneath, gain the memory. So, 1 check, gain a memory. Digivolve. Oh, these also add sources underneath. I keep forgetting. So swing with the level 4 with jamming. Then swing. Digivolve into a level 5. Swing into the level 5. Digivolve into the level 6. Swing with the level 6. To Digivolve into the 7. And then 2 checks with the 7. Because this doesn't... Oh, no, this does when Digivolve. It only once per turn unsuspends. So I would rather just Digivolve an attack and then holds the attack... Or hold the when Digivolving for the when attack. So that is 1 check, 2 check, 3 check, 4 check, 5 check. Yeah, so that's five checks pretty easily. With the inheritable of Mega Seadramon, that's 6 checks. So this deck is still able to OTK as is. I think there's obviously other play lines, and maybe there's other Digimon that I could be using to be able to gain some like additional damage. So maybe I should run a Seedramon with Rush, or the one with the inheritable of Rush, just to be able to increase the overall damage output pretty effectively. But that kind of muddles the Shellmons that I'm running. Because I'm running... oh, the Lanamon. That's what's screwing up my math. Yeah, because the Lanamon I could just, like, hybrid for game, right? Yeah, I could Lana potential hybrid for game. And the deck has a lot of memory generation where I don't necessarily think that's a huge issue. And then I could even like just randomly Digivolve into a Mega Seedramon and then just be able to unsuspend like one of these guys. So I think this is probably like the path that I would take to start with. So I'm liking this. I kind of wish I remembered my old builds. So I would have to go back into like my streamer VOD archive of me playing the deck to really remember what I was doing, but I think this was pretty close to what I was doing. So let's move on to the next one, because there's a lot of decks in this set. I don't know if I'll be able to get to all of them this stream before like dinner and going and trying to buy that treadmill for like pennies. It's a low investment treadmill. All right. So let's take a look at EX11, see what we have yet to explore. Oh, we could do Invisi. Yeah, Invisi. So I think Invisi, because he already came with such few tools, probably is going to be pretty easy to build. Oblivi. Because we just do Invisi. Double Invisi all the way across the sky. Then SB. Yeah. All right, so what are we actually doing here? Because this deck has not had any like remote semblance of success at all. So I guess we should understand. Oh, I gotta add the old Altia. Whoops, I forgot. Alti. Oh, I'm in blue, duh. Yeah, because his deck is trying to be primarily a black deck. What was the set he was in? He was in BT20. Jeez. That was a while ago. All right. What are we doing here? Yeah, question if you have yeah, the question you have to ask is what of your off level 4 and which Haguru you play, right? Because I think this ulti is just kind of insane. So if the opponent has a Digimon gain a memory, flip your opponent's top security face down, or flip it face up if it's face down, And then when one of your cyborg or machine traded Digimon attacks by suspending this tamer, you can digivolve into a cyborg or machine and have it be a reduced cost of 1, which means with the emblem, because we... Oh, wait, no, that's... I don't think we have the ability to do it mid-attack to stack them, but the fact that we could, like, swing and then digivolve up is pretty good. When one of your attacks by suspending this... Oh, for each of the opponent's face-up security, reduce the Digivolution cost. Oh, so this could be like almost a free Evo if there's like enough face-up security. And then this is the one that's re-putting cards underneath so we could reuse Invisimon over and over again. They're both like really important. And then when an ulti is played, so this is probably just a 2 of like most of these types of emblems. This helps with the consistency, which is fine. When one of your Digimon digivolves, so this is cost reduction. And then, so we don't have a searcher. So we need a searcher. So it's what? Machine and cyborg or just cyborg? Cyborg. Oops. All right, so we need to find a searcher. I think the new tamer is way more important than the old one, though the old one isn't bad. We're probably right on that. Like, as long as we get, like, one of these set up, it's probably good enough. Like, maybe this is just a straight-up 8-tamer deck. I don't know. Haguru search. That's this one, right? Reveal the top 3. Yeah, so this is the Haguru we kind of have to play. So this is our off Digimon, because reveal the top 3, add a machine, cyborg, and a black tamer from among them, and then the rest go to the bottom. Yeah, so this is the searching tool. So we probably want to be a little bit more black focused than blue focused. So do we just play... Oh, the other hover recipe doesn't even have an inheritable. Never mind. Answered that question real quick. Is there a good machine? This just gives reboot. This is BT24. Reveal the top 3 cards of our deck. Add 1 machine, cyborg, or time stranger traded Digimon or tamer from among them into our hands. Place the rest and place it as your machine or cyborg or time stranger Digimon's bottom Digivolution source. Oh, this is just... Okay, that's just cheese. That's 3 Musketeers. That doesn't have anything. Reveal the top 3 cards of our deck. We get to place 1 Tamer or level 4 lore Black Digimon as the bottom Digivolution source. Return the rest to the top or bottom. End of the opponent's turn, we get to play a Tamer from this Digimon's Digivolution source. I don't think we need collision, because we're not doing, like, piercing shenanigans. Yeah, this was the card that they originally used. One of the opponent's Digimon can't attack players. I think there's maybe better at this point. There's really not much better. Never mind. Yeah, why does the old Hover SB not have an inheritable? I would want to consider using it. I'll skip the level 4s. Obviously, we're probably just going to go 3-3 because, like, both of them are really good. So this de-digivolves and deletes something with one or fewer sources. Yeah, so on play when digivolve, flip the opponent's face down security face up and return one of their Digimon with the lowest play cost to the bottom of their deck. Then this Digimon gains security attack +1. When any of your Digimon check a face-up security, this Digimon basically can de-digivolve itself and hide in security. That's exactly what this one does too. Yeah. So they're very, very comparable cards. Man, this deck's kind of just like awkward. Let's go with delay. We'll just do the delay cards first because that's going to be easier. And then do we need a scramble? I don't think we do. I think because of this Altia, we really don't need a scramble. I know, like, at least defense training just to keep tempo. End of attack, draw 1. Jamming, +1,000, reboot. If we have one or fewer, we get it. This is the Altia setter, so we're like forced to run it. Flip the opponent's top security face down. If this didn't draw 1, gain 1 memory. That's when moving too. Jeez. And then this is just reducing our Digivolution cost. So this basically allows us to de-digivolve. Yeah, so like if we go into this Invisimon first, then we get to gain the security attack plus, which means the Oblivimon does the check, which means Oblivimon can hide himself in security. So that's kind of neat. Then what else? So I think this one has to be the main one, and this is the sub. But, like, when this card comes back out, it just feels so much more awkward. What are our level 7s for this? Like, what are our good potential level 7s? I think we could technically DNA into Aegis, but are we likely to get 2 Invisimons out? That's the real question. Like, it might just be ace baiting the opponent. Maybe. Master Blimp. Armor Purge, Blocker. This is Blitmom, and then a Tamer card. No, I don't think we can. The switching target, like, preventing switch target is nice, but we could play a from this Digimon's trait. I don't think we do. He's cute. I'm not gonna lie. He's pretty cute. I just don't think we can. Like, so we need our level 7 to deal lots of damage. Because right now, all we got, the best we got is literally Invisimon hit 2 checks, and then our turn kind of just ends. Like, this deck unfortunately doesn't have extra, so maybe... Do we have... Oh, God. If only. Because these need specifically cyborg or machines. Ugh. And there's no level 4s in black that add security attack plus. That's kind of... I mean, technically, Nightmon does, but we can't use that. There's no security attack plus here. That's kind of gross. All of these are, like, really bad. Like, I think it's still maybe just Blintmon, just because there's, like, nothing else. Like, level 4 machines and cyborgs is, like, really bad. Because this is working with its specific mechanic. This is just not a good card. Like, there's kind of an argument for it. This is not a good. That's not good. Maybe I have to look into blue cyborgs? No, there's like no blue cyborgs. Never mind. So like, what are some of the other best things that we got? Raremon? That's a version thing. I mean, technically we have this Raremon, but we're going to be paying a little bit more. Male? That's Nightmon synergy. So that's probably a big no. What does this card do? On play, when digivolving, by trashing a machine traded card, one of your Digimon can't be deleted by the opponent's effects until the end of their turn? Whoa. While your opponent has no Digimon, this Digimon can't attack. Maybe I do just run this just for the protection. Oh, it can't be deleted. So it could still be, like, very easily removed, and you just trashed a card for, like, almost no reason. So this probably isn't good enough. What does this card do? Nope, that's Alphamon. Yeah, the card pool is just not very good. Like, we don't care if our little guy gets deleted. Like, that's not the issue. Yeah, just not a lot of anything. I think it is just running like one or two of Blintmon. And then we can round things out to add like a level 7 finisher. Is there a cyborg level 7? What? He's a cyborg and he has perfect DNAs? What about machine? Nope. All right. So I think we go one Blimpmon, and then we could run like one Aegis. Like it's just a something. It's not good, but it's something. Because I think we are still just better off. Oh, we could run like Omni X, duh. Because Omni X is at least a Liberator, so oh, we don't have Liberator search. I'm an idiot. I was gonna be like, yeah, we could just run like Omnimon, but we don't have Liberator search. Is this a deck that wants Cool Boy? Like, thinking about it, do we want Cool Boy in here? Because theoretically, this is just a generic search and then a generic reduction. No, I think at that point, we're probably still just better off with, like, Digital Gate open. So I think we would want, like, 2 of Digital Gate. And then we could probably take out 2 training. So that's probably fine. So that way we could like Digital Gate, play out an Altea, then trigger the emblem to Digivolve cheaper. Oh, we need to get the egg. Is this egg blue or is it black? I don't remember. What's the BT20 egg? Is it Kapuri? Yeah, it's Kapuri. Because his new egg is just awful. What's his new egg? Is this it? Yeah. So, we'll only get like maybe 1 or 2 card draws. I think like maybe you just run as like a 1 of, just because like, I think consistent jamming is just better than most of the other things, especially since we only really have jamming on the new SBmon. So I think this is kind of where my mind is going with Invisimon. He's definitely not great. He needs a lot of help still. Like, he needs a good extra level 4, and he doesn't really interact with anything that says Liberator. I mean, technically you could run like a generic Liberator option, but at this point, like, there's no deck space for it, so why would you? I think this is probably okay, so that way we have like Digital Gate open to set up the Altia at the very least, find some pieces. Defense training, this is the only card it doesn't hit. You technically have a searchable level 7 with Aegistramon, and if you're somehow lucky enough to establish 2 Invisimons, then you could DNA into an Aegis for whatever reason. The only unfortunate thing with that is I think you're like, Aegis is just a game finisher, just where it's just like I swing, my Digimon doesn't get deleted, I deal some damage, I swing again, and then I'll DNA into Aegis just to get an extra attack and bounce something to the bottom. It's not great because Aegis can't play out any of the Digimon. Yeah, because it's just looking for deep savers. So, like, maybe Aegis should be something else. Like, who cares if it's searchable or not? So, what's actually a good game finisher? Level 7? Like, there's Omnimons, obviously. But I kind of want to keep the Omnimon down because of the defense. You know what? I'm almost thinking maybe just like a random Death X. Like, a random Death X mon, like a Tech 1 of Death X, probably isn't, like, super awful. There's... this Digivolve's for 7, though. At that point, I'm better off with just Omnimon. There's technically Quartz Ace, and then there is also the... Actually, is Quartz Ace actually a good card for this deck? So delete one of the opponent's suspended Digimon. That's whatever. Suspend all Digimon and Tamers. All other Digimon or Tamers can't unsuspend during the unsuspend phase. It doesn't have any protection built in, so that's like the only awkward thing. And then we're losing an Invisimon for it. Yeah, he's just kind of awkward. He doesn't have like that many great level 7 picks, because like the obvious one is probably just Omnimon X. Oh, it's not winning the game, but it's still dealing a lot of damage, because you could be like, okay, Invisimon, oh, that's at the end of the opponent's turn. So he loses his own security attack plus. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so you'd have to like security attack plus Omnimon, and then you could get 4 checks off of that. I don't think that's the way. Gabu is pretty bad for this. Yeah, he just doesn't have good level 7s. Like, maybe Quartzmon is the answer. Like, old Quartzmon. Because then that way, like, if I'm able to set up a second Invisimon, then Invisimon can keep coming into play and attacking and then going away. So, like, maybe Quartzmon is, like, the answer. Yeah, there's just no really good answers. Yeah, this the colors don't line up here for this one. Otherwise, I would really want Ultimate Chaos. Like, there's APOC. Like, is the attack 1 of APOC okay? Just Digivolve into it and mill the opponent? Probably not. Yeah. Because you could copy the on play of the Invisis in your trash. But I don't think that matters. Yeah, it's like Paladin mode or something. I mean, we're removing the Digimon, so we're not stunning them. So there's a high likelihood that they just won't fill up their field because we're just able to remove them. Yeah, he doesn't really have good level 7s. Is it aerial? Like, oh, this plays out aquatic or sea animal, so that doesn't work. Darn. Every time I'm cooking up the wrong dish. Yeah, honestly, it's probably just an Omnimon. Like, just to deal some extra damage. Okay, spent way too long thinking about a level 7 for a mediocre deck, unfortunately. The DNA prospect is cute, but can't really capitalize on it. So let's save this out. Save this out, throw you up. All right, what are we at? And enter. So how many decks did we make today so far? We made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We made 7 decks today. Out of how many Liberator decks are there? Let's find out how many Liberator decks there are. EX11. And then Tamers. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So realistically, we have, who do we have left? We have Owen, we have Ryutaro, we have Zenith, we have Close, we have Yuki, Unchained. So that's about 6 decks because Rina, Chitose, Dosukan, and Cool Boy aren't like really real Liberator decks. Forgot about Galacti, Lucy, Royal Knight, Soldiers, and Millennium. Yeah, like I'm hesitant on actually calling them Liberator decks. I'm really hesitant on it. And I'm also not skilled enough on any of those like super offbeat decks to really like outside of like Millennium, because Millennium actually is starting to put up some results. So I guess next stream, so I'll split it up here and do like next stream will be these decks and then maybe like these offbeat ones, because I did cover a lot. So I think I'll do that next stream. And then to kind of close off this stream, we could probably just watch the Millennium in action and kind of like see what this guy is cooking up. All right. So we'll watch Millennium and close things off from there, so that way I could like cook and eat and all that stuff. How long does the Millennium game last? The Millennium game lasts about 15-ish minutes. Yeah, that's probably good. All right. So we get to see what Millennium is actually able to do. So I think this is just literally first player. So they're deciding their mulligans. Looks like they... Oh, one guy's mulliganing, one guy's keeping. So we'll skip through the mulligan phase. All right, so that's a pretty bricked hand. It's not like super bad bricked because he has the in-between theater and he has the asana in order to try to search him for a rookie. But it's definitely not an ideal start by any stretch of the word. And you really don't want to go slow against Millennium, because once they set up their Millennium looping, then things could get pretty out of hand. There we go. So the Millennium player has a rookie, one option. He's playing the old Chimeramon? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy that he's running the old Chimeramon. And then he's got his promo in Zed. Wow. So what do we got going on here? All right, now we're deciding. Now we're getting into it. Into the thick of it. So obviously they're going to set up the asana to be able to start getting the ball rolling. Then Digivolve, and then this is what? Discard draw 2? Yeah, discard draw 2. And he plays another one, discard draw 2. Really get his trash set up. Try to filter through his deck to get his hand in a good spot. Replays the Agio off of the Asuna. Did he find a rookie? He did find a rookie indeed. So now he's all set up. Sets up the Inori so that way he can potentially Digivolve into an Agiocuse. Digivolving into said Agiocuse. Oh no, that's an Agio in the raising. And setting up a second Inori. So we see in his hand he has a level 4. He has 2 level 4s. He has this level 6. So he's mostly there. He just needs to figure out how he's going to get up into his Millennium. I think he's just doing math, because I do that too. So he digicrosses into Chimera. Chimera kills itself. No, so Chimera is going to kill the rookie to kill the Agio. Passing over a good chunk of memory, but that's probably okay. So now he gets to replay a Tamer. He sets up the Asuna. Discards and draws 2. Ooh, got the Homeros just a little bit too late. So Agio is going to swing. Agio's effects. He adds a security to his hand, so he can Digivolve into an Agiocuse off of a Nori. Deletes the Digimon, hits the security. It's a analog, so analog gets to set stuff up. Second check, he survives because barrier. So nothing on the field, and Agiomon is kind of just doing things. So he sets up an in-between theater because why not? Takes the rookie, so that way you have a spare rookie. A lot of thinking here. It's unfortunate that he doesn't have a Jupiter. Otherwise, this probably is an easy Jupiter. But instead, he is going to play the Elecmon to search, and then he found his Jupiter. So now just Digivolve into Jupiter. Yeah, this is just the easiest Jupiter. So now he gets to recover 2, which is pretty good. All right, what's he going to do? He's going to he's going to assemble into Millennium, Digivolve his Digimon, and then doesn't it delete something? Yeah, he deletes the Agio. Pops that to delete his Digimon to play out a Zeed. So I think the Zeed is going to try to delete the Tamers, right? It's like discard cards or delete Tamers or something. I don't exactly quite remember what Zeed does. Yeah, it is like discard cards or delete stuff. Then he gets to redo the Millennium. Or no, the Millennium set up the Z, so now he gets to play out the Chimera in the machine. Then they're gonna delete each other and go into another Millennium. So I do know this part of the combo. It's discard 5 for every 2 Tamers. Hold on. Oh no, it's not Zed. It's Moon. So Moon is what he went into. So your opponent trashes cards from their hand until they have 5 left, and then for every 2 cards trashed, delete a Tamer. Okay. So he basically got to pop 2 Tamers off of this. Yeah, because he discarded 5 cards because he had 10 cards in his hand. Deleting the Inoris is probably like a huge setback, and with the majority of AGO's security gone because he did that to himself, it's very easy for Millennium at this point. That's what it feels like. It's just very easy. So now he's probably processing. I have nothing on my field. I'm basically staring lethal in the face. What do I do? I'm going to hard drop an AGO. Popping an in-between theater. To hard play AGO. To digivolve into an AGO Cuse. He saw his rookie. He gave it minus 5,000. Okay. Sets up an Inori, but does he have another Jupiter? Is that a Jupiter in hand, or is that another AGO Cuse? I think that's another AGO Cuse, so he doesn't have a Jupiter in hand, so he basically is just dead on field. So now he gets to pop the other one to play out Zed, and then he gets to do the Millennium combo again to basically just go back right into the Millennium on from his trash. So that'll de-digivolve, delete his Digimon, burn the security. Oh, interesting. Did he not have another Millennium in hand? But yeah, like there was no coming back from that. Once he went into the moon, there was like nothing to do. And that's kind of like the power of Millennium is like popping this Millennium just basically plays out another one and then additional bodies. And that's the true strength, is because like if you play out the BT14 Millennium, then, or not BT14, BT18 Millennium, then the BT18 Millennium, when it dies, goes back into the promo Millennium, and then the promo Millennium dies and can go back into the BT18 one, and then you can kind of just loop them. So, like, yeah, Millennium, once you get into Millennium, he's pretty strong, and he could do a lot of really oppressive things, especially if your deck isn't equipped to be able to deal with it. I think, like, the best things to deal with it is obviously, like, bouncing Millennium back to your hand and de-digivolving it. But if you, while it is a Millennium, but if you can't do that, then it's going to be pretty rough in terms of what it could do. I mean, granted, AGO didn't do himself any favors because he just ripped through his own security, and the opponent literally didn't even touch his security until the very end. Because if we look at it, like if we look at a lot of the plays, like here he has 5 security. He goes into Agiomon, he goes down to 4 security. Then I think he plays a second Agiomon. Yeah, he plays a second Agiomon. And then he goes down to 3 security. So literally he didn't even do anything to his own security. Agiomon literally is killing himself here. Then he uses Elecmon to be able to grab back a card from the top of his security into his hand. So now he goes from like 3 security to 2 security, and then barrier to go from 2 security to 1 security. Granted, he does go into Jupiter to buffer his security back up to 2, but he literally hasn't done a single point of damage all the way up until basically the very end of the game. So, like, literally, Aegiomon just straight up killed himself as Millenniumon came down and said, hey, you kind of just die. So that was kind of funny. So, yeah. And obviously, like, I'll probably be looking into Millenniumon a little bit next stream. So next stream, I'm going to probably do the rest of the Liberator decks. Just to kind of cover that one up as we're waiting for... obviously, DGCO to be updated. I'm not against just playing random matches on it and, like, messing around. If we have time next stream. But, we'll just see what happens after that. And EX11 is literally just around the corner. So, thank you, everyone, for coming out and watching the stream. It really does always mean a lot to me. Because without you, I really am not doing a whole lot. Or at least, like, it doesn't feel like I am. So, hopefully you found this to be a little bit helpful and informative, especially with, like, my commentary over some of the Japanese final stuff. So, with that, I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their day, and I will see you all in the next